this thing by yourself. But yeah, good evening, everyone. Very good evening here for track and field, day 2 of the Jamaica National Championships. Highly anticipated. Currently, they're doing some high jump right now. I think this is Raymond Richards here. I am not quite sure where the bar is at the moment, but we're looking forward to a number of things. Semifinals on track soon for senior athletes of the men's and women's 400 meters. That should come up in the not too distant time from now. I guess we'll get some of those things coming up, and then actually the hurdles are coming up for some kids as well too, and then we'll get into senior men's and women's semifinals, and then we'll get into some 100-meter running for under 18 and so on, because the Jamaica Championships intersperse the juniors and the seniors. But yeah, we'll get to see what happened there, and then into the semifinals, which I think most people are here for, the 100 meters, and to run the 100-meter semifinal and end the night around 10:45. So a good 3 hours and change from now, we'll get the women's and men's 100-meter final. Yeah. So hope you guys are doing well and excited for what's going on. Let me get a quick update on this high jump. I think the high jump is in process here. I want to see. I'm not sure where the bar is. Early on today, there were some 1,500 meters. Adele Tracy winning that, but not particularly good times. It's way outside of the qualifying standards for World Athletics. It was a 3-person final for 1,500 meters, it doesn't speak volume there. Yeah. Richards again comes off the bar, and I'm not sure what height this is, but we'll see. Yeah. Hope you guys are doing well wherever you are. It's been a good sports day. Well, not a particularly great sports day if you follow cricket. West Indies rolling over in the end to Australia after being in the match for a good part of 3 days. Yeah, I was watching cricket all day, most of the day. So, yeah. So nothing big here for senior athletes if you're interested with that right now. But right now they're doing I think this is 400 meters for under 18 girls, 400-meter hurdles. Yeah. So that's what's on track right now. Yeah. And the way they're doing it, they're doing under 18 and under 20. So some of these events, they don't have enough people to even complete the lanes. But just getting a shot of the grandstand there, and it looks as if it is filing in a bit. So people might be coming out to see the 100 meters tonight. Yeah. What's your guys' take on the semifinals? I can put up those in a minute. For the 100 meters, we can go through a couple of those and then see what we get there. So these are the women's semifinals here. Let me get that on screen really quickly. Just that's coming up in around an hour or so from now, but we're looking at Berger, Cameron, Cole, Smith, Moore, Jackson, Alana Reed, along with Daniel Williams there. From yesterday, you got to think it's going to be, for me, I'm thinking Sharika Jackson will come through comfortable. She looked fairly okay yesterday. The question is whether or not Alana Reed will step up and do something there. For first two, get through automatically. Second semifinal, a little bit tougher, but I'm anticipating maybe Tia Clayton and Fraser Price will go through, but you can never count out Morrison either. So we'll have to wait for that. And then the final one has Tina Clayton, Kemba Nelson, Brianna Williams. And I'm going with Brianna and Tina to get the automatic spot there. And then we'll see what happens with times. Yeah. So that's going to be interesting For the men, it's also a tough one. Heat number one, I can't look past Oblique Seville and Brian Level. Both of them look really comfortable yesterday. And then I think Thompson will go through, and Akeem Blake will go through comfortable from Heat too. And we'll see. And then actually the top three will actually they only have two for the men. I'm sorry, yeah. So so it's a bit easier right now. Yeah. So just a 400-meter hurdle is going on here. There's 3 athletes for under 18. I think this is Reed from Port Antonio. I'm not sure. This is over a minute and change there. So but the first semifinal for seniors will come up in the 400 meters, and that will come around 7:40. That would be the 400-meter semifinals. First one will feature Nikisha Price, the national record holder. I think she walked in with about 50.68 yesterday, looking decent. I think the standout so far would have to be her and Dejanay Oakley. Oakley already with a sub 50 after a brilliant clocking at the NCAA championships a couple weeks back. And so, yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna hang out a lot tonight. We'll talk. I know many of you waiting for the good stuff to happen. I may have to take some breaks. It's gonna be a long night. But yeah. What just happened? Let me just put up results for those since we're watching that right now, which would have been the girls under 17, under 18 rather. So it was a minute 02:82 for Harris from Port Antonio, and then Reed 103.06, and those are like under 18. We'll head up to they'll hit the under 20 girls, and only 2 athletes are there. So it's kind of I don't know what's happening there or why they can't have more athletes. So that's an interesting mystery here. Possibly they're not in shape at this moment, or it's a tough time of the year. But only 2 athletes are competing for the under 20 team. All right, so yeah, that's the next on track. And then let me go to the semifinals for the women. And then after that, they'll have some 400-meter hurdles, and then we'll get to the 400 for seniors. So I think they're running a little bit behind time by my calculation here, because they should have the semifinals for the women 400 meters should be coming up on track now, but I guess they're a bit behind. Yeah. Looks like there's some technical difficulty. Not sure what's going on there. But in the meantime, let's give the lineup for the women's semifinal. And that should have been on track now, but I guess they're a bit behind. But we're looking at Price in in heat number one, in semi number one. She starts favorites for me there. It's no surprise. The top three will go through. Second heat has Dejanay Oakley. I think she's in good shape. Let's see what we get from one of the Bo Williams sisters are in the second semifinal as well. So we haven't really gotten any world class times outside of Oakley so far with 400 meters. So it's really hard to make make a good analysis of what's going on. Yeah. But yeah, let me know your predictions. Let me know your thoughts for any event tonight. You know, who's taking the 100 meters? I know it's a bit early to make that claim right now, especially since the semifinals are coming through. But you know, give me a sense. You know, tell me, put it in the comments. We'll get it up on the screen, obviously, once you put those comments up. Yeah. Yeah, so I think they're a bit behind. I could see at the moment now a bunch of women walking out, but we just have to wait there. I'll give an update. So the high jump was a one-man show, and I'll put that on the screen, which is really challenging. So that's the results of the high jump. Richards is trying to clear 228. He's failed at 228 at the moment, so I think he has one more attempt at 228. And Richards has been doing fairly well on the circuit this year, so Harris from ahead of Cole Stock right now. It's almost neck and neck. They're very close here in this under 400 meter hurdles. They're kind of trading leads. Cole Stock makes a better attempt off the final hurdle, wins this at 59.7 flash time. Wait for the official results here. Yeah. Yeah, so the times out, they haven't come up with the times yet on the thing, but looks like Cole stuck ahead of Harris. There are only two women in the under 400 meter hurdles. Harris ran really well coming off the turn, came back into it, and then I think her steps were off for the final hurdle. She had to stutter a bit just to get over the last one, and Colstock was much smoother and beats her by a half a meter or so. Yeah. It's just a 59.7 is the time coming up. So I don't know if there's an issue with the clock or something like that. We haven't gotten an official time for the second athlete as yet. Yeah. This looks like a hand timing to me, but yeah. How's everyone's Friday going? Anyway, next on the track, then let me just put that up in the meantime, will be the under 17 boys. Those are the athletes there. We still haven't gotten the results. Oh, well, actually, it's up now. So it's Cole stuck in 59.77 ahead of Harris 59.92. So only two athletes, as I mentioned there. So just two events before we get to the women's semifinal for 400 meters. Mindset, what's going on? How you doing? Excited for tonight? What's your predictions for anything tonight? Predictions for the 100 meters, predictions for the semifinals for the women's 400 meters. Lima, how are you doing? Quick question as we wait. I've been observing Salwa Idnasa's season. She has over 10 races this season with 48-second performances. Is she not over racing? Will she get to the worlds? Or is it money? And so I have been asking that question to myself a lot because she started really relatively early this year. She was running all over the place. I think she ran in Dominica too, right? Did she? And or Dominican Republic rather. And yeah, really good times. She's everywhere. She's not shy to run for sure. And also running, she's not afraid of running against Paulina as well. I I worry about that. The only thing that an athlete like Nasa, I would say, wouldn't necessarily have to think about is qualifying for the World Championships, right? So she's from a she's not struggling to make that team, right? So I think there's a way in which she can race. There'll be time at the end of the season to coming up, and maybe she'll get a freshener and be ready in time for the World Championships in September. So I can't say if it's a money thing. I would suspect it wouldn't be, given how well she should be taken care of already. I think she likes to run, and I think if we think about her thing from years past, being out of the sports for the whereabouts violation and so on, I think she just wants to run a lot, and I don't know. I hope it doesn't come back to bite athletes. I think it's a serious thing you have to think about when you decide to um to participate in an event like this and s- not and run so much. You have to do load management, but I suspect she might be fine. Yeah. What's your take on it? I think there's a level of at how many races are you going to run? The 400 meters is demanding. I think she ran a couple 200 meters too. Obviously, she did that Grand Slam thing, so she was doing multiple stuff. But there should be some time there for her to get back. Good to hear your excited mindset. Mindset. Very excited for tonight. I predict Sharika winning the semi. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I think she should be able to conquer that semifinal. I think if we had to rank the semifinals, and I'll just put it up on the screen really quickly here, would we say that's the easiest of the lot? There's Alana Reed, but she hasn't been showing the kind of form you might expect. I don't know. I think that's the easy of the lot for her. She should be able to control that. Second semifinal has Fraser Price, Tia Clayton. Morrison can show up. Crystal slowly historically could do something. I don't know. Shania Douglas, I like her a lot, but she's a kid. I don't know if she can find her way into a final. She's a tough cookie for sure. I like her spirit. And in the third semifinal, Brianna Williams, Tina Clayton for sure out of the gate for me. And then there's just, what happens with the mix here. Kemba hasn't been anywhere close to her 2019 form, or not 2019 form, rather, 2022 form, rather. But she's struggled with some injuries and so on. So I don't know. Yeah. Uh, but it should be good for her. Belmas, what's up? Good evening to you and good evening to everybody. Mindset again. Tia Clayton will run a sub 11 and win if she's not in the same heat with Jack. I think I'm expecting a really quick time from the Claytons twins. One thing for sure, we're gonna get some fast times, and if not fast times, then it might be an impact of the conditions. Hopefully, the conditions should be great. I haven't checked the wind. We haven't seen any flat races yet to see any uh, to know what's happening with the wind. But once we get to those semifinals, we'll have a better sense. Usually, it's still on a Friday night in the stadium historically, so we'll see. And yeah, it's going to be quick. It has to be quick. Track for all, what's going on? Can McLeod find her form in the 400 meters again? I don't. That's a good question. I don't know. We haven't. She hasn't run relatively good for a while. If there's a moment to do it tonight, would be, you would imagine, because I would say outside of Oakley and Price, there's not even Price. She hasn't been outstanding yet this season yet. So it's in terms of times, there's no real Jamaican women coming into the championships with a few sub 50s under their belt, right? And in a situation like that, it suggests to me that you could be in the mix. Hi Sharon, how you doing? When is the race starting? So things are on track right now. This is a 400-meter hurdle. 400-meter hurdles there, just won by an Excelsior athlete there. I totally missed all of that. The women's semifinals are not scheduled for, if that's what you're asking, they're not scheduled until around 8:55, I think, Eastern Standard Time. So about an hour from now. But currently, they're doing the 400-meter hurdles. It was just, I'll put the results up since we're here. So the under 18 boys just completed the 400-meter hurdles, and that was 52:24 from Campbell. And Porter was running really well at the end out there in lane 8 just to come back into it. And yeah, so then next on the track would be the 400-meter for under 20 boys. Then we'll get into the semifinals of the women's 400 meters, and we're looking at two semifinals there for women. 3 automatic spots plus the 2 best times. If ever Jamaica needs a 9-lane track is now, as many of you know, or if you don't know, starting this year at the World Championships, they'll be using all 9 lanes. So when we get to a semifinal, we don't have to go to the dreaded queue room for fastest best for fastest times to qualify. So many places now are starting to lay 10-lane tracks, which looks wild if you've ever seen a 10-lane track. But I think yeah, they need a 9-lane track at some point here. Let me get back to the comment section here. Where am I? No, I'm not sure. I can't do that. That's copyright stuff. You got to get onto like one spot or something like that if you subscribe to them. Yeah. Mindset says, I'm going out on a limb here. I think there will be a world lead to win the final. Wow. For the 100 meters for women, world lead by Melissa Jefferson Wooden, 1073, Philadelphia. And then Julian Alfred in Oslo at Bislett Games, 1075. That would be, I don't know. That's a very interesting point you're making. And who you think going to run that world leading time? That's pretty quick, It's pretty quick. I'm not saying it's out of the question. I think there's competition there. It's just very hard to know where the athletes are. Belma says, is responding to mindset. The twins will definitely run sub 11 from this point. And yeah, how much is the question you're asking? Yeah. Gleeman says, imagine winning the final. It's basically a restart button for sprint in Jamaica and a possible relay medal beside injury where Brianna Liston will she get to the top or be what? Or be another Brianna Williams? I don't know. I think the only thing I suspect could stop a Brianna Liston from transitioning to be a world-class athlete, or world-class might be strong, but I think she has world-class talent. I think Brianna Liston, out of that entire generation of athletes, has the most talent over both events, if I'm being honest with you. I think she's more talented than even the Clayton twins over both. She struggled with injuries. She's now gone pro. You hope that they can iron that out and then do a transition for full-on professional athlete. I wouldn't write her off. I have also written off Brianna Williams either. We shouldn't necessarily do that. I think it's a critical stage for Brianna Williams, but she's now with really steady hands. And we've been saying this for a bit. John Smith knows what he's doing. He's conditioned tons of high-level athletes in the past. He has a project here. He took her on last year, mid-season, full season. I don't know what that means yet. It's left to be seen. But I wouldn't say her career is gone. I think she's primed. I think now is the time to step up and try to make the team. That would be an interesting thing. Definitely get back in the relay mix, if not an individual spot. That's tough to make, but now or never. I suspect going into this year, next year, and leading into the next Olympics is her cycle to finish out. If she doesn't transition by then to running really good times, making the team, then maybe that might be the tough there. But maybe we can make a call on the career by then. Mindset is saying, yeah, I think sub 11 is a given for the Clayton. I hope 10-7s. Yeah. Belma says Jamaica is promised to start construction on the stadium in August. What exactly are they going to do on it? This is always an interesting question. Yeah. Gleeman said, world lead improbable. Winner 1087 at best 10.9. The men's Miller right now is in the lead. There's a guy, I don't know who that's from Jamaica College there. So 400 meters on track here. I just turned my head on it, so I'm not quite sure. Miller from Calabar has a good 2-3 steps on everybody there. I think he's going to come through if he gets over this hurdle. Good. Guys crashing into hurdles there. So Calabar Millers will take this, I think, comfortable. And Smith from, I think, Herbert Morrison, it looks like from the shirt there, coming in second. Whenever those results are up, I'll try to get them out. Yeah, back to this. Yeah, world lead improbable 1087 or low 10.9. Yeah, I think world lead is a big. It can be, could be a stretch. To be honest with you, I don't know if they're in 10-7 shape, right? I have the slightest idea. I know it's going to be competitive. We'll see. 10-7s is not easy times either to run. We have to be honest either, right? Were they to drop a 10-7 tonight, like I wish one of the Clayton twins you think would do it either. If that were to happen, then it would mark an important moment. It would almost be certainly a changing of the guard right away, full on. It wouldn't be any questions anymore. But we'll I guess we'll figure that out in a couple seconds. Mindset is saying, I really hope Brianna at least makes the relay pool. I hope so too. I think she can. Sherwood says, a moment of honesty. Brianna's move to Freitas camp baffled me. Of all the camps, why she picked that one remains a mystery. It's very interesting. I don't know. I had to add some words on it. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's spilt milk now. I suspect she could have gone straight to John Smith at the time, but I don't know the details. If whether or not that was something that they were willing to do, but we'll see. I meant beating Civil and Thompson. Maybe I missed this comment there. Carlton, what's up? Big up yourself as well. Mindset. I thought the women's semifinal 100 meters was going to start at 7:20. Well, no, I think it's starting at on right now. What time is it now? It's 8:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They are behind based on the schedule here. Next on track supposed to be women's 400 meters semifinal. It's now that was scheduled for 7:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So they're a good 25 minutes behind schedule. But the women are out there, so we'll see. George, what's up? It's 3 a.m. in Kenya, and my family and I are up. We up for the 100-meter semi. We love Jamaica so much. Yeah, my wife was in Kenya last week. I was supposed to go, but I just couldn't swing it. Mindset. I said I was going out on a limb with my thoughts on the world lead. I hear you. I know it's a stretch, but I think Jacko can possibly get there. If Sharika runs a 10-7 tonight, then it's different class. But I don't know. It's gonna be, yeah, we'll wait to see. I think I'll wait on it. I'll wait on it for sure. But I hear what you're saying, mindset. Yeah. Nikisha Price there getting introduced for the women's 400 meters there. So again, it's Powell, Thomas Brissett, Leah Anderson, Foot, Price, Shanake Anderson, and Candice McLeod running out of lane 8. So that's not an easy place to run from, but we'll see. So top 3 will advance to the final, plus the 2 best times. Price, she looked comfortable yesterday. I don't know who said she had a limp yesterday. Was it you mindset or was it objectivity? I can't remember. Now I have to take a look at that more closely today and see. Appreciate everyone stopping through. Let's see. Sherwood says, I think 10-8 is what we should expect tonight. I think that's reasonable. It's reasonable. I almost think that we need that will be required. Eileen, how are you doing? Good evening to you. Happy Friday. This is my 3. Tina, Sharika, Tia. You got an all MVP class right there. We'll see tonight. It's hard to bet against that as well too, but yeah. All right, so the semifinals are off here for women's 400 meters. Price is running comfortable. She's now making up the stagger on foot, I think, or Anderson. She looks comfortable on the backs right now. Anderson's also coming with her now. Looks like Price will take a lead going around on the corner here. McLeod running well, but gonna fade right now. Anderson's gonna come off the curve ahead of Anderson. Anderson is actually working hard, but Price is smooth. She's now moving away. That's opening up a 2-3 meter lead here. Comfortable wind is ahead of Anderson and Foot. So 50.51 is the official time here. Let's see if we can get that up. So 50.51 for Nikisha Price, Leah Anderson 51.03, and Foot 51.44. Those 3 advance. Candice McLeod and Anderson are on the bubble right now at 52.43 and 52.68. So let's see. Top 3 go through and wait for the 2 best times. Gels bouncing there on Price slips. Looks like there's more in the tank for sure. How much more, not sure. But she looks comfortable. All right, let's get back to the comment. Who into the final of the 100? We don't know yet, Carlton. The semifinals for that coming up later. We have to go through the semifinals for women's 400 meters and men's 400 meters. Then there'll be a string of 100 meter prelims for girls under 18 and boys under 18 and under 20. And then we get into the semifinals for women and men. So still have some time for that. So the Williams sisters here, along with Joanne Reed. Last night, all in the game was saying Joanne Reed should move up to 800 meters. He might be right on that, but I have to think about it some more. So Stacey and Williams, Joanne Reed, Shanique Williams, Dejanay Oakley, standout Jamaican this year, second at World at the NCAA Championships. Renisha McGregor, Joseph, Jeffrey, and Brady. Those are the athletes for the second semifinal. Top three automatic into the final, along with the two best times. McLeod sitting on the bubble as well at 52.4, I think. Yeah. So, Brian, how you doing? You went to the cricket today in Bridgetown, in the Kensington Oval. I watched a whole day of cricket today. Upset in the end. Which Janelle? You mean like Noah Lyles Janelle? I think she retired from track and field. You've just missed the first semifinal of the women's 400 meters, Brian. Nikisha Price winning that. I can put that back up on the screen quickly for you. Yeah. Paulette, what's up? How you doing? Blessed night to you as well. That's what you really missed there, Brian. Other than that, it's just junior athletes who are on track. Right. So they're in the blocks. I'll get to that in a second, Brian. So clean start. Looks like Renisha McGregor there making up the stagger on everybody. And then she's already ahead of Dejanay Oakley, but Oakley's running a conservative backstretch there. Has to do some work to get off the curve, but now she's into a running as we enter into this coming off the bend. Williams is ahead of Oakley. Oakley's in third position now, but she's gonna put on the burners now, and she's gonna step ahead of Stacey and Williams. But Williams running really well, but Dejanay Oakley now steps past her. She's gonna win this comfortably to get a good lane ahead of Williams. And Renisha McGregor, who had a decent backstretch, more than decent, gets the third automatic spot. Joanne Reed in fourth. So I think Candice McLeod will get into the final based on this. Let me get these results up. So that's 51.05. So not particularly fast. An easy run in the end, you'll have to say, for Oakley. Didn't work the backstretch as you would want her to do, but she had to do some work as she got on the curve. Came off a distant second to Williams, Stacey, and that is. And she steps past her. So the athletes that qualify, yeah, so both McLeod and Reed make it. So Reed from the semifinal and McLeod from the first semifinal. So those are your finalists for the final. Price leads them in with 50.51. Leah Anderson has a 50.03, and Dejanay Oakley, the winner of this semifinal, 51.05. I'll get back to the comments right now. Yeah, the 100-meter finals are tonight. Semis coming up soon, then the 100 meters. Yeah, Ajax is 2:14 in South Africa. Big up from South Africa. Good run today for Lolita, right? He ran 990 something today too. Yeah. Paulette says Oakley. Shamar, what's up? Hey, good night. How are you doing? I'm doing well. What time is the men's 100-meter final? It's coming up. The 100-meter final is for women is scheduled for 10:45 Eastern Standard Time and then 10:58 Eastern Standard Time. They're running behind right now, so that might be a little bit later. By my count, they're behind by about 25 minutes, but we'll see. All in the game coming through as well. Evening. Which of one of the Andersons, Foot, Ranisha, Andre, Russell, would you pick to be in the 4x4 with Price, Oakley, and Stacey? And I like what I saw. I think Leah for sure. Ranisha looked decent on the backstretch, but I don't know how much is in those legs. So I have to think about that. Let me go off topic real quick. Brian, it's an outrageous attempt at dropping 7 catches, unacceptable. The Travis head drop this morning was the worst of all, and Graves shouldn't have put that down. And then you give Head a head start, and West Indies was in problem. Back to the track. Nemhard, Michael, how you doing? Shelley and Fraser Price is as fit as you can make a 38-year-old woman, a 38-old. However, I'm not sure she will win. But one thing is certain: 3 people aren't beating her. So here we have Michael already out of the blocks here saying Shelley and Fraser Price is making the team. It's a bold call, Michael. We should never count out Fraser Price. It's very difficult to make any assessment on that. Only 2 races this season. But she's a fighter, obviously. We'll see. We'll get to see how hard she needs to run in the semifinals is one question. The biggest challenge as you also get older is the recovery, relatively quick period of time to stretch down, cool down, warm up again. So we'll see. They're introducing the men, the 400 meters for men on the track. I just saw a shot of Antonio Watts there. Good to see him back on the track. Watson, that is, world champion, buy into the world championship, so he doesn't have to worry about his place at these championships. Just try to get into shape. He won his heat yesterday, but yeah, but like the women, we don't have any spectacular times yet for the men. It's a clean start there. 2 of the Watkins already making a big run there. Antonio Watson's pulled up on the backstretch, so Watson is out. I hope that's not a problem. So it's Rashid McDonald there and DeAndre Watkins moving and motoring away around. And it looks like Zidane Brown there out of lane 3, 4. Yeah. So it's Watkins and Rashid McDonald. McDonald looking across, looks to his left, to his right, and he stops, puts his hand over his mouth rather, and crosses in 45.18. So McDonald is looking in fine form here. I know all in the game will say something in a second. So McDonald 45.18 ahead of Watkin 45.68. Chambers 45.84. Antonio Watson pulling up on the backstretch, which again is unfortunate and doesn't look good. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I'll get those results on the screen and back to your comments in a second. So that's the results of the first heat. Again, you have to run 44.8 in order to get a spot in the World Championships. That's the standard, and I don't know. It's 44.85 to be exact, and we'll see. Yeah. So not Watson. McDonald put his finger to his lips there, suggesting that he's telling everybody to keep quiet. So I'm not quite sure who is responding to there, but we'll see. Let me get back to the comments. Belmas is asking about the women's semi. Let me get that back up. Stacey and Williams did make it to the final, but let me just put it up back in case you didn't get a chance to see it. So these are the women into the final. It's Price, Leah Anderson, Dejanay Oakley, Stacey and Williams, Foot, McGregor, Candice McLeod, and Joan Reed, who all in the game wants to move up to 800 meters. Let's see where I am here. Asir, are you doing? Hello to you as well. All in the game. You know me too well. Get ready for Rasheen to make the team, then bomb out of round one. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, hopefully not. I'll be honest with you, Rasheen McDonald is always it's hard to it's a puzzle for me. It's a puzzle. Yeah. Gleeman says Shelly worked harder than Sharika Clayton twins yesterday. So possibly, I think you might be right on that. Yeah. All in the game. 3 guys ran sub 44.8 at today's Euros team champs, which is basically a development meet, but they now have the world championship standard. Yeah, I didn't get to see everything from the Euros today because I was watching cricket, but I did see Femke's 49 run there in the 400 meters. She looked decent. Objectivity says, big boy talking to people like me, I suppose. I have not had much confidence in him. Look, what McDonald needs to do is to make the team, and he has to run. I don't think he has the standard, right? I have to check. I don't know if he has the standard. You're welcome, Belmas. Welcome. So the other heat on track right now will include uh, Barnes is in this, Parkinson here as well. Kimar, that is Demish Gay, Bailey as well. VCB's younger brother, Hales, White. Let's see what we get here. Again, the top 2 advance automatically, and the 2 best times into the final. We'll get back to that in a second. I see your Jamaican female sprinters will struggle to reach the finals in Tokyo. We'll talk about that in a second. Hales already making a move here out of the University of Florida. Maybe too hard. There's Bailey there looking in decent control there. Farkas in the mix as well. Hales is still leading. Bailey might catch him off the curve. But Barnes is also making a big run now. But Hales came off the top by himself, but he's getting run down. Sean Bailey's going to take this. But Hales gets a 3rd position, it looks like. So it's Bailey, Barnes, and Hales, it looks like to me. I think Sean Bailey wins this in 45:38. That's the times coming in now. Ahead of ahead of Barnes, 45:54. Who was looking around? And Hales, 45:68. Hales looked like he had a plan. He ran hard, not particularly fast. 45:68 is not particularly fast, guys. I can't sugarcoat it, to be honest with you. 45:3 in a semifinal is not particularly great either. I'm not confident you getting three guys running 44 in the final. Let me get those results up. That was heat number 2. Andre, what's up? Greetings to you. Yeah. Mindset says, I think it's too early to say the females will struggle to make the finals with more than 2 months away. I tend to agree with that. I think it's hard to know. The only outstanding athletes right now in the 100 meters are Jefferson, Wooden, and the Olympic champion. Like that's way out. Like, you know. But there's a bunch of other athletes running good. TT Terry looked decent recently. Charlton. It's just way too early to write that off yet. Yeah. I take notice when you run a 10-7 because that's up there. But we'll see. And we don't know the ceiling of the Clayton twins. It's a second year. They may run well. Sherwood is saying, let's see who makes it to Tokyo. A lot can happen between now and September. Makes sense. All in the game. Jamaica 4x4 will struggle to finish top 5 in World Championship final with the US, Botswana, Great Britain, Belgium, South Africa in mind. Yeah, I don't think the men can even compete for a medal. They have to work hard to get into that final. They should get into the final, but they don't have the quality to compete. I know Botswana Enduri went down. I don't know what the state of his injury is. They have a couple of guys there, but they have quality. If you We'll see what we get from Let's Sealy next week. If he's back to shape by the time we get to World Championship, he'll run a brilliant leg. And the American men are just too good. Yeah. GB also, they'll stack it up. I'm sure they'll be fine. So it's going to be tough. Yeah. Belma said way too early to struggle. Asir says they don't have an outstanding female sprinter from 100 to 400. Who's they? You mean Jamaica? Yeah. I think it's too early to say that. All right, final semi on the track. Heat number 3. Gordon Roden, Shamar Utah, Dennis Powell, Delana Kennedy, Jeremy Bemdriv, and Bovel McPherson. I want to see if Powell can step up here. Lots of talent. Hasn't been running the times you would want him to run, but we'll see. Bovel McPherson out there in 8. I don't think he can compete in this one. Let's see. But a penny for the thoughts of Bert Cameron right now. And I'm sure the rich legacy of the Jamaican 400 meters, why we're running 45s in semifinals, just it's beyond me right now. Andre, have you narrowed your top 3 female predictions yet? I haven't narrowed it. I'm gonna wait until we see the semifinal. All right, so a clean start here. That looks like Utah already making a good run there. Powell also moving. Powell really motoring down the backstretch right now. Delana Kennedy is in the mix as well. And Benbridge is also making a good run around the corner. So a bunch of guys are gonna bum off the curve. So Powell is motoring away. He's running really good. Delana Kennedy is running for his life to get into. He's trying to win this, but he won't. It's going to be Powell ahead of Kennedy and Bembridge. Flash time is 44.86, but the official time coming up here is 44.90. Kennedy 44.97. This is better. This is better for Delana Kennedy here. I don't, still not quite the standard, but much better than the first two heats. So Powell looking good. But Kennedy was working really hard, so I don't know how much he has left in those legs for the final. Powell was working hard as well. Kennedy looking decent. First time under 45. So two. Also, Bovel McPherson there going 45.28. I thought it would have been a challenge for him, but he made it through ahead of Utah and Dennis, separated by really, really interesting times here. Well, I guess they changed those. Maybe they updated the photo finish there. Let's get to this. Asir says top Jamaican female sprinter this year is Tia. She achieved 10.92 with hurricane wind speed of 2.0 in Doha. Who else is there? Yeah, we have to wait to see tonight, right? I'm with you. There's no standout running yet for the Jamaican women yet, but we'll get a sense of that later on. The top three times of the year are what 10.73 from Jefferson Wooden, the 10.75 from Alfred. TT Terry ran 10.85 in Florida. Charlton ran 10.87. And Ford did a 10.87 too in Eugene, which, and Aliyah Obbs also has a 10.89. So those are the only 6 women that's gone sub 10.9 this year for the season. So yeah, it's hard to count out anybody right now. I get your point that no one is pulling up trees, but World Championships in September. If we will get a better gauge tonight, and then we'll see what happens afterwards. Yeah, well, what's going on? Definite step up in terms of performance. And I think you're referring to the 400 meters here from Powell and Kennedy. I like the Kennedy kid is moving well. He has talent. Where he went to high school? Where Edwin Allen? Yeah, good kid. So let me get the guys who have qualified for the final. That's up on the site right now. It says Powell lead all qualifiers with 44.9, Kennedy 44.97, Rashid McDonald looks like he can go sub 45 as well. He had an easy win as well, 45.18. Sean Bailey 45.38, Barnes 45.54, Watkin 45.68, and Bovel McPherson 45.21, and Utah 45.65. So those are the 8 men that will contest the final. Three slots for grab if you can get the qualifying standard for the World Championships, which for 400 meters for men is 44.85. and we wait to get an assessment on what happened to the world champion Antonio Watson, who pulled up in his race. No disrespecting tonight. I mean, people can say whatever. He hasn't said anything nasty. I know Asura. He's been around for a while. I don't know exactly what's up on the 100 meters, to be honest with you. But yeah. Clive Baxter, how you doing? Good night. Shelly 1085. Whoa, those are some big calls right there. Big calls there you're making. All right. So what's gonna come up next will be girls 100-meter prelims under 18, and the semis for boys 100 meters under 18 will come up, along with women's discus. That's going through. Women's shot put is already live. Well, not women, but 18 under 20. Then we'll get into. We're really behind time here, to be honest with you. The under 20 prelims for 100 meters girl for girls, semis for boys under 20, and so we're scheduled for 8:55 for women's semifinals for 100 meters. I don't think we, by my calculation, we're still like a 20 something minutes behind time here. So I don't think unless they can speed things along, this 100 meters won't happen at 8:55. But a bunch of 100 meters are going to be on track all the way through, and then finals are tonight. So super excited for that. Uh, let's get back to some of your comments. All in the game says Rasheen's limit is 44.8. We'll be shocked if he runs much faster than that today or for the rest of the season. Yeah. Yeah. So we're getting some semis gonna come in a second. Let me see where we are. So that's coming up on track next. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. John Epic is with us tonight. Let's see what he's saying. Rubbish. Money is behind the twin turbo. Big money. Brie Liston has to get to trials first and has to be injury free. Yeah, we'll hope that Brianna Liston can find her way healthy. She turned pro, so we'll see what we get there. Yeah. Yeah, boy, Nobi, what's up? Eagerly anticipating the men's 100 semis. A lot of great matchups taking place. Yeah, we'll run through that again in a second. Yeah. We got to be. Yeah, I hear you, but let's be cool and cool in the chat, guys. Don't leave the chat. You know, let's gotta have a good a good we have to have a healthy discussions. All right, so there'll be on the track coming up right now will be some under 18 prelims for 100-meter girls there. But let's get back to the semifinals of the men's 100 meters because it's really intriguing. Let's get that up on the screen again. When you think about this, my money is on Brian Level and Oblique Civil and Level to come out of that comfortable. And then it's up for grabs for the third position there. Can Christopher Taylor steal it? He's surprised us so far. I don't know. You know, heat number two is Kishane Thompson should come out comfortable. Akeem Blake there. Then your guess is good as mine. But yeah, get the predictions in. Interesting point on Rowan Watson. Hasn't been running as well as we would want him to. He's been running a bit on the circuit a little bit earlier this year. I don't know. I don't want to sleep on him, but we'll see. Michael Nemhoid says Rush is the only 43 runner in Jamaica. It's been a while there. Adora Campbell there, just like cleaning up these girls here. Easy run for her. 11:68 for Campbell out of St. Jago there. Real comfortable running there for the youngster. Let me see if I can get the results on that. Really easy running there for the wind conditions pretty decent so far. Well, it's the first run we have to judge it by. Let's hope we get good conditions for the rest of the night. Yeah, back to your point there, Michael. It's been a very long time since Rasheed McDonald ran that. He never got anywhere. Well, he did run a 44 something like a good 5 years after, but he's just been an inconsistent runner. I have to be honest with you. I don't expect him to factor at all. But hope I would love to be wrong on this. It's just that you just never know what you get from it. Well, at this stage we know what you get. He looks good in moments, but never really delivers the way you would want him to do. All in the game is saying Rasheen only won only sub 44 10 years ago, right? Yeah. Jamaican men are way behind on the 400 meters. They're not in the conversation at all. We don't even the best of the best cannot be competitive enough. It's virtually impossible for a Jamaican guy to even come uh, close to even making the final at the global games right now. It's right now there's a bunch of sub 44 athletes or people with capabilities of that. There's need to be a heart to heart. It's a sobering moment when it comes to 400 meters for a very long time, and it requires a lot more to do something. You know, the only athlete that you would say has the ability or the talent is very injured at the moment. So it's way beyond. We're not anywhere close to the kind of those levels right now. Yeah, seriously, no matter what anyone is saying, Jamaica is the gold medal favorite. It is what it is. Okay. Andre says Antonio Watts has the automatic bye to the World Championships, but I'm concerned about his fitness. I mean, his fitness is non-existent. I don't know what happened on the backstretch. I guess we'll have to get some confirmation at some point. But he pulled up. I suspect he wanted to run the rounds here. Glenn Mills wouldn't send him here if they didn't want to run the rounds, and he didn't. He couldn't manage to finish the race, which is super unfortunate. So Allen there of Homer Technical running 12:37 ahead of Jarrett 12:56 and 12:59 there. Asira says Julian Alfred is gold medal favorite in both the 100 and 200. I kind of think so for the 100 for sure. Let's see what we get. She already has the fastest time in the world for the 200 meters, but we'll see what we get from some other athletes as the season progresses. Let's see what Gabby Thomas does. But Alfred, I like, yeah, I like Alfred a lot. I think she's there. John says Tina and Crystal are the snipers. Yeah, Crystal's slowly talented. I don't know what we'll get from her. Let's see. All in the game says 8 of Rasheen's top 10 times are between 44.6 and 44.8, which were run more recently than his 43.9 PBs. PB from 15. That's quite telling. I the, I mean, you never know. You never want to say clocks malfunction in at World Games. They're not supposed to. But to be honest with you, I never bought that 43.93. That was in what the opening wasn't in the opening run in China. Was it? Yeah. I I just he's never really been close to that. But there's other reasons for that. There's like apparently he was ill a lot. I don't know. Yeah. Kim on, how are you doing? Yeah. Andres, I want you all to look out for Shanice Walker and Christos slowly. I'm smelling danger. Give us some more. Like what kind of smelling salts are you using right there? I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be tough to get out of those semis, right? We shall see. Slowly is in the second heat with Fraser Price, Tia Clayton, and Natasha Morrison, along with Douglas, Bacon, Palmer. It's not straightforward, but I hear what you're saying. Let's see where we are here. Slowly look easy yesterday, according to Kimani. All in the game. Yeah, it was in the opening run. Then he ran 44.86 in the semi. Yeah. And that's really, that's like a pretty close to a second slower. Walker has had a long year. What has gone wrong with Kemba Nelson? She hasn't progressed much. Injuries, it seems like. It's also some coaching issues, possibly. I don't know. She's back this year, but not anywhere close to what we've seen before. There was a recall gun here in the 100 meters. The one thing that we're not getting from these officials are we're not getting any kind of reaction time or anything here, which I just don't understand why we don't get these things right away. You know. So O'Shane Jervis, it looks like from Green Island, he was disqualified here. So clean start. Well, not a clean start. They're pulled back. So it's a second false start in the under 18 semifinal here for boys. Afrobody says, I better see sub 11 this championships. These times are slow. I suspect you should see some of that tonight. We'll start to see how well these athletes are going to run in not too long from now. Asira saying, will it be a surprise if Megan Tapper defeat Akira Nugent in the final of the women's 100-meter hurdles? It would be. I couldn't see it any other way. Akira's been having a fabulous year. But it's the women's 100-meter hurdles, so anything can happen. But I would be shocked if Megan were able to beat Akira. For me, the most consistent athlete in the hurdles this year is Grace Stark. Not the fastest time, obviously. Obviously, it's Messiah Russell and Tia Jones, but that was in Miami. Grace Stark ran a fabulous time recently. Clean start here for these guys. Looks like I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, that's to finish the point. Yeah, but a few women going sub 20, sub 12:30. So I don't know. I think it's virtually impossible to know what we'll get in the 100-meter hurdles, except that it's gonna be good. Comments getting dicey. John is saying the minus 2.6. Yeah, like the wind is terrible there. It's a feature of the Jamaica Stadium. hopefully in our lifetime we'll see something else, but we can dare to dream. All in the game. Who's brave enough to pick their 8 women to make the final? Going for Tia, Tina, Sharika, Shelly, Brianna, Janelle, Jodian, and Slowly. Wow. Yeah. All in the game. Toby Amazon looking dangerous again with her recent 12. Oh, she does. She is. She is. That was a fabulous run the other day. When that 12:24. I like what I'm seeing from Toby. I think Toby looks like she's back. She's had a she she's run some really good times. She ran that, was it what, 12:45 in Morocco, right? And then she came back again and dropped that 12:24. It's really in Paris. So yeah, we haven't seen Massa in a while, but we'll see her soon. Next week for sure at Prefontaine. It's gonna be hot, like it's gonna be really hot. I was just looking on the track right here. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I really, really don't know. The U.S. national team is gonna be difficult to make. The Jamaica team, I believe, is gonna be competitive to make as well. But I expect Akira to win the Jamaica national championships, but you just never know. So yeah, there is a second semifinal on track for the boys. It has Austin, Watson, Brown, Watson, Wade, Nugent, Mitchell, Walker. So that's coming up. Then a couple semifinals for girls and prelims for girls. Then we'll get into the some semis for boys again. Then into the women's semifinal. Uh, Let me just answer these from the back. Jamaica has 4 spots. Yeah, they do because Daniel has the bye. Afro says, when is the semis? It says 8:55 Eastern. It should have been 8:55, but by my reckoning, they were 25 minutes behind time. It could be a little bit longer right now. So currently, what's on track now is the boys 100-meter semis for under 17. That was scheduled for 8:15 Eastern Standard Time. So they're literally way behind right now. Yeah, it's like a 45-minute behind right now. Yeah. Bobby D, when is the women's semis? The women's semis was scheduled for 8:55, but I think by my calculation they're off by, it could be anywhere from 40 minutes or so now. It looks like to me, unless I miscalculated there. Seriously, we all know those 12:17 and 12:19 in Myanmar are not genuine. The fastest time in the women's 100 hurdles are 12:21 and 12:24. I get the Myanmar thing. People, it's interesting. I'm not worried about the time though. If I'm gonna break down what happens in the women's thing, one thing we know for sure is that the women are in really great shape. Masai Russell, Tia Jones have been running good. They have good times, So regardless, Nugent from Excelsior, they're cruising across in a 10:40 easy time. Yeah. Are the winners of the Diamond League races automatic qualifier for Tokyo this year? Yeah, so the Diamond League ends before the championship, World Championships this year. So the Diamond League champions will get a bye. providing that the buy doesn't already come from the same country as a defending champion. Offer Buddy says, "Why have the Jamaican men failed to be competitive in the 200 meters since the Bolt era?" Someone want to take a stab at that? I don't know. Look, there's a cycle that you really miss that never came through, I think, of athletes during the Bolt era. There's a bunch of guys that look promising at the junior level and they never transition well. Some of them did go to college. Some of them, I'm thinking about the guys in the era of Akeem Bloomfield and all those guys. Many of those guys never really spend time developing into real top class athletes, which is sometimes not easy. You have to want to run the double. I don't understand why athletes don't run the double, especially when you're younger. There's so much benefits to doing that too. Yeah, those are some of that stuff. Yeah. But it's not like you didn't see some talented athletes at that level, but we know the transition is difficult. Yeah. All in the game is saying because way too much emphasis is placed on the 100-meter culturally. That's also true. The biggest, so I've been on record to say this. I think the biggest downfall for the success when Jamaicans have they had during those eras is realizing that they could have gotten more out of the success. You know, especially in those moments you weren't doing well in like the explosive stuff. I always say if the jumps, you should always have high quality athletes there. You know, the horizontal jumps, you definitely should be competitive. Anything explosive, you should. You've literally written off 800 meters. You know, you're thinking about only Natalia Gould. It makes zero sense to me. You've written off, it's like a two era in women's 800 meters. Keena Sinclair in recent years, then to goal. Nothing in the men. Those are things that you could definitely, you should be competitive in. The 400 meters have gone, you know, to, I don't know. So there's some areas there that they could focus on. It just never happened, you know. All John says Frana has come out and said possibly Sharika may not run 100 at the Worlds anyway. I did see this. Oh, look at this. Abigail oh my God. That's like 11:24 there for Docker. I mean, that was an easy run there for her. Sabrina Ducky there, just like easy 11:30 there. The way she's running it, you would think she could even make it into the semifinals of the senior women here. I'll put that up real quick. All right, let me get back to the comments. I did see that, John. It depends, right? I did see the thing about our injuries and so on, and yeah. I see her. The female coach, remind me of her name. She's doing wonders with Brian Level. Shaniki Osborne, you're talking about there. Osborne. She has a few athletes there. The 400-meter kid there that just ran as well. So yeah, mindset. We have no God given right to dominate or rule any sport or even discipline. Why do so many countries never had any competitors? There is no law that a country must. Yeah, no, I agree on that. I think I felt like, but I mean, in the context of the missed opportunity in terms of where you see the talent, right? I think some of the athletes who never get to that level is because they don't have this kind of structural support to get to that level. There's two ways to this. Like if you look at the drop off even between athletes, and I'm not talking Jamaican athletes, I'm talking athletes in general, who when they leave like college and they don't transition right away, it's because they've gone into a new environment where they no longer have everything in place for them and they now have to figure out their own career, right? And that's a very difficult thing to do. It's expensive. So I think that's the thing there, you know. Uh that I guess that's the point I'm making. All in the game, no one's coming through in the women's 800 except 25-year-old Kelly and Beckford. Gould and Tracy are in their 30s, won't be around forever. Yeah, I saw Tracy today. She had to work hard to run. She's not close to the standard for the 1500 meters. She may have to rely on world ranking. I'm not sure where her world ranking is right now. I haven't checked recently. But yeah, 1500 meters kind of challenging. I don't know if Jamaicans can be competitive enough at that level if unless there's a serious development of that type of program. 800, I think that's a possibility. But it's hard. You know, you have to have everything structured right there. I suspect Adele Tracy could make the world championship team via world ranking, but I don't know. Alexi Henry there from Edwin Allen just run a 11:27 there. We'll see in a second. Let me get back to some of these comments. Afrobody says, "Do you think Sharika can still break the world record one day? She was so close, and Elaine was also very close." I don't know if Elaine. I don't think Elaine was very close in the 100. It's a different level of close there. I don't think anybody can break the 100-meter record because I don't think it's a record that should be on the books. It was a really windy day in Indianapolis. I keep saying that. As for Sharika, I don't know. I don't know if she can get back to that level. She's getting older. This she's now starting to have more injuries. The hunch would say no, but you never rule anything out. But I don't know if she can get back to 21.4s. That seems like a very long stretch, to be honest with you. I don't see 21.4 right now. There's nothing. There's no indication that she can run 21.8 yet, right? And so before we start getting into all-time unbelievable times, no, we may just end up savoring those years between the World Championships in Oregon and Budapest and just recognize that over that 2 year stint, we saw the greatest consistent women's 200-meter running that you'll probably see in your lifetime in terms of fast times. You know, consistently 21.4 she was dropping like it was ordinary stuff, and we may just have to cherish that moment, right? But I don't know if she can get back anywhere close to that. All in the game says Sherika has looked way better in 100 than a 200 both this year and last year, so that makes no sense. I guess you're referring in response to what Francis had said. All in game also said Sharika unfortunately missed her window for the 200 world record. It may be that might be the case. It's hard. She's what now? 30? Is she 30? Yeah. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard for me to see that. My fear is that those records will go on for a long time. And I have to be honest with you, Sharika really pushed the boundaries. Really, really pushed the boundaries. Very unfortunate. Never really got any win conditions that were favorable. If she had gotten a 1.8 in one of those runs, perhaps, but never got it, you know. John says, yes, if Sharika can get back to peak in the 100, but one of the twin turbos will be at 10.6 sooner than not. So I like the confidence. 10.6 is levels though, John. I'm not saying they can't get to it. They're young. They're very young. So there's time in the horizon. When can they get to that? I don't know. I'm not sure if I don't know what their ceiling is, to be honest with you. I wouldn't put the pressure at the 10-6 times. I like the development trajectory. I think they're moving in the right direction. If they can manage the training, the develop, then you will get something good from them. Sophisticated, what's up? I would love for Shelly to get the world lead and national title tonight. I hope she does. The world lead is 10:73, so you have to run faster than that. I can't see that, but that would be interesting. And Sophisticated says, I hope Sharika can be where she was in 23, but I don't know. Maybe she'll peak in her early 30s. See, the difficulty for every athlete is two things. It's age, and you can't fight it. And it's niggles and injuries. If you get serious injuries, if you get consistent niggles, how you manage that. Those are stuff, right? The age part is difficult because as you get older, your body can't recover the same way. You probably can't do the same level of work. You got to get smarter with the training, load management, you name it. So I don't know if she can get anywhere close to that. Upper body, Elaine ran 10.4. I mean, I don't know, man. I just, I, I get what you're saying. I don't know. I don't think that record can go, you know? I guess if you're saying she would get faster again, maybe, but that was a peak year for Sharika as well. We're looking at pretty much a meter extra there. I don't know where you'd find that meter. Maybe 10:36 here for Powell. And this is so what's on track right now, just to give an update, because I've gone full mode uh on on comments, but Antonio Powell, they're running 10:39 ahead of Ramallah Smythe 10:43, and that's top three will go through along with Barrett there. Let me put that on the screen since yeah, 0.05 away. I get what you're saying, but it's still distance that I don't know where she would get that, Uh Sophisticated one. Where do you think Sharika will peak this year in the 200? I don't know. I have no idea. There's nothing to gauge it on, except for the couple races that we saw. She lost the battle there early in, was it Xiamen or it was Shanghai? Or here's the thing. In a couple of minutes, we'll see some semifinal runs. We start to get a better gauge. We'll see a 100-meter final. Depending on what we get from there, then we can update the predictions, right? And the forecast. I just don't know where what to think of that. Asira says the Inglorious records, women's 100 meters, 400 men. 400 will never be broken. No, I can't. Yeah. That's out of the question for me. To be honest with you, I just I can't see it. That record is super super old. It's yeah. I don't see it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All in the game says Tracy much better 15 than 8 runner, but still needs to run 4:01 50 standard. Yeah, she has to get on the circuit to get those times. I don't know if she will. She might be able to get through on world ranking, but I haven't seen the ranking yet. I haven't looked. If someone can tell me. It's the same for Lamar Distant too. Didn't get. She doesn't have the standard for the high jump. Probably can get into the world championships on ranking. But the high jump standards are tough though. All right, there's 100 meters on track here, and they just call it back. So we'll see. All in the game responding. Sharika 31 in 2 weeks. Yeah, it's tough. John says MVP have the data. No, I'm kind of confused on which data we're talking about, but forgive me. Sophisticated says Shelly peaking mid 30s. Yeah, but Shelly's a different athlete. Not a lot of athletes do that, right? There's a few athletes. I don't think we can use Fraser Price as the example here. Fraser Price is on the graph in a different way. You know, she ran very fast later. Is it possible? I guess it is, but also Shelly never really had those type of injuries. She had a toe injury, but she never really had like hamstring injuries or anything like that. Only recently, right? So it's different type of stuff. Mindset says these fast times are not easily achieved. They are not a given. We just had a golden era between 2008 to 2020. Might never happen in our lifetime. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see another Usain Bolt. We'll never see another Fraser Price. Possibly never see another Elaine Thompson. McGregor there making a really good move there. The Excelsior kid just like easy run there, 10:34. This Excelsior kid is just fabulous there. Reed there, 10:38 ahead of Trevane Stewart, 10:59. Some easy running. Yeah, I don't, I agree with you. We have to cherish some of these athletes. I will say though, the sport is interesting, right? Every time you think you may not see somebody, you get people or you get reincarnations in different events. We also have to remember those special moments too, because some of those things won't be achieved the same way. You know, can someone break Usain Bolt's 200-meter world record? It's possible. Can they break it the way he did? I don't think so. Not after 6 rounds. I don't think so. Right. So it's one of those things, right? There's a lot of technology changes, the spike stuff. The tracks have become increasingly better with energy return, even minimal, but every little thing helps. Now, World Athletics is concerned again about the spike stuff. Sharika Jackson on the track right now, warming up, going through the motions here. So I don't know. Afrobody says 400, 800 women's world record are unbreakable. All those 80 records are suspicious. Yeah, we can get into that. A lot of those records will never be broken. I think that's a failure of the sport too. Have you ever looked at some of those shot put? It's crazy. Bobby D says if Sharika can run 10-8 low tonight, I think if she does the 200 this year at Worlds, I think at best she'll be around 21-6. Let me put this on record. If Sharika Jackson can run 21-6 this year, she's gonna medal, and she's probably gonna win if she can run 21-6. 21-6 is ridiculous times, outrageous times. So that's to me almost a certain that you'll win. If you can drop a 21-6 in a final, then it's almost certain you'll probably win. All in the game, Shelly the exception, not the rule. Yeah, exactly. Shelly and Gatlin are exceptions, not the rule. The Gatlin thing is also interesting too. You also have to think about the athletes who were away from the sport for a while and come back. Shelly is different from Gatlin, I would say too. Yeah, all in the game agree. 1.97 is in fact insane. 2033 is insane. I don't get it. Yeah. Seriously, Gatlin not a good example. World Athletics should have given him a lifetime ban, but they messed up big time because he's from the USA. All right. We are now at the 100-meter semifinals. A good 25 minutes or so later than we should. On track, we have Naisha Berger Kashika Cameron, Serena Cole, who I have a lot of time for, and I hope she can improve at some point. Janelle Smith, too, talented, looked good many years ago. Hopefully, she can get back to her best. Ashanti Moore, Sharika Jackson, Alana Reed, super talented, and Daniel Williams. Let's see where we get this. All in the game saying Women's 400 needs Paulina, Nessa, Sid, Femke battling each year. Yeah, you add to that Adelike, who you hope can get to that level or close to that level. And still, I think they can get to that world record. I don't, yeah. I think you can get very close to the 47, but I don't think we can get to that world record. Yeah, there shouldn't be this big delay, to be honest with you. Yeah. I don't even think, perhaps you can get to Jamila's record of what is that, 47.99, but 47.60, I don't think that's happening. I don't think it's happening. Yeah. All right. Let's see what's going on here, guys. Last call for your predictions here. Jackson, Williams, Moore, Schmidt, Reed, Cole, Cameron, Berger. Williams out here just having fun already with the bye for the 100-meter hurdles into World Championships. So what's going on in the comments? I'm not ready yet, sophisticated. I can't give you the answer to that yet. Brian says, really hope Brianna Williams make the team. My gut feeling, she peaked as a junior athlete, but I hope she has more left. Yeah, let's see what John Smith has to deliver here in a second. All right. Let's see. Sharika Jackson looked comfortably yesterday. I expect her to qualify automatic here. And I feel like Alana Reed could do something. Those are my two for now, and then we see what we get. It's a clean start there. Cole looks good. Jackson into her running, and Sharika Jackson's moving ahead, lifting. Now she's comfortable, kind of easing off, bringing Alana Reed. 10:89 is the flash time, but I don't think that. Oh, the results are in. 10:94 there, Sharika Jackson. 10:94 for Sharika Jackson. Helping win there of 1.5. Alana Reed coming there. She was closing there at the end. 11:02. Smith, 11:03. And Ashanti Moore, 11:08. They have to wait. Let's see the replay. That's a good start there from Jackson. Not the best of starts, but the drive phase wasn't as good. But she's into her running now. Kind of comfortable. Did ease off a little bit there, Jackson. Looks comfortable. Gels bouncing suggests that she's in relaxed mode. There's more to give. How much more tonight is the question. But one of the big three automatic into the final this evening. Let's go here. Sophisticated is happy she has her first sub 10. Yeah, it's rounded up to 10.94. I can't give you any hints, I right now I like what I see. Shelley and Fraser Price there, testing out the blocks. Yeah. All in the game says Paulina ran 48.17 last year, Rainy Olympic final, which effectively is 47.9s in good condition. Yeah. I do think the Jamila Krachelvilova 47.99 can go. I think that's a possibility. I definitely think I agree with you on that. But I don't know if any of those athletes are capable of getting to 47.60, because what you're asking for there is a level of speed and an endurance that I just don't know. I would love for the record to go. And I think maybe if they work hard at it, we could see athletes pushing the boundaries. I would love for one of these women in the current generation to go, like three of them going like 48 flattish, perhaps going sub 40. One of the Clayton twins here with extensive strapping on the right hamstring. And then maybe a generation after we might get uh, more athletes coming through, but I just don't know. Yeah. All in the game. Alana, the surprise, given our form this year. I have to agree. I had no indication. I like what I saw from Alana here because I think Alana has a lot of talent, but I just want to see what we get here. All right, last call on this one. We have Fraser Price, Tia Clayton with big strapping on her leg, Natasha Morrison, Crystal Stoley, Shanice Walker, Shania Douglas, who I think will be a star in the future, Aliyah Baker, and Marissa Palmer out there in lane 8. Let's get back to these comments. Bobby D responding to, yeah, John Smith. I think he's thinking about this as a project. Uh, what's your predictions for Shelly and TS time? I'm thinking 10-9. I suspect a 10-9 will go tonight in the semifinal too. Do you need it? Probably not. But you've already seen the times from the first semifinal. So it's 1094. So it's 1103 and 1108 in the bubble right now. So you don't wanna mess around. Paulette says Jackson still has more in the tank. She does. How much more I don't know, but we have to like what we see there. So Tia Clayton, heavily strapped. Hopefully, it doesn't hinder her much. Bubble times, as I mentioned, 1103 and 1108 right now. So if you finish outside of the top two, you want to make sure you beat 1103 and or 1108 at the minimum right now. I think the first heat laid down the thing. You should know the time, at least you would hope. Kind of serious look on Fraser Price's face right now. Level of concentration. They call him up. Too much noise in the crowd. Possibly. They went in the blocks, but they came up. Let me catch some comments while they regroup. Sophisticated. Natasha Morrison is good too. She's a 11 runner, maybe 10-9 shape. I don't know what shape she is in, but yeah, I wouldn't count her out for trying to get a position. Brian says 47.60 is as difficult at the 4-minute mile for women. It is. I know. I'm actually upset with Nike because I realized they didn't give us the real times yesterday. I have to get into that in another thing. All right. Again, heavy strapping on Tia's leg. It's a clean start. Really good start from Tia Clayton and Shelley and Fraser Price. But Tia Clayton is storming away down the track. Fraser Price coming too, but Tia Clayton. 1082 is a flash timer for Tia Clayton. And Fraser Price gets second position. The times are up. Official 1086 for Tia Clayton. That's a big run there. 1102 for Fraser Price. Crystal slowly. 1121. She won't be in the bubble. So only the first two from this heat will automatically go through. Walker and the rest are not quick enough. 1086. That is a really quick time. That's what, the fourth fastest time in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Tia has lots more in those legs. Comfortable win there from Tia Clayton. Fraser Price running within herself, but I don't know how much more she has in those legs, to be honest with you. It's going to be a real fight for her tonight. Fraser Price eases up a little bit at the end too, but all in the game. Torch passing from Shelly to Tia for sure right now. Yeah, 1086. That 1086. Whoever called, someone on the live earlier said there's 10-7 in the legs tonight. It's possible. It's possible. That's a big offer. Buddy says he didn't expect that. Sophisticated. Woo, guess Shelly's saving for the finals. I don't know if she's saving for the finals, to be honest with you. She did back off a little bit here, but I don't think she can outrun those women though. Yeah. Paulette says Tia 1086. Mindset Shelly looking to go all out in the final. She has to, but into the final for sure. I put those results up again for you. It's a 0.8. So I think it was 0.8. So the win reading, get the results up again. So the official results again, Tia Clayton 1086, a win reading of 0.8. Shelley and Fraser Price 1102. And only those two will go through because in the first heat, again, John L. Smith has a 1103 and Ashante Moore still on the bubble with 1108. And the win was significantly faster in heat one at 1.5 to 2.8 here. So yeah. Mindset did say the 10-7 is a remote possibility. Fingers crossed. Well, let's see what we get here. It may be required tonight to if there's going to be a need. Belma says easy. You easily see 1075 for Tia. Yeah, there it's in the legs. It's in the leg for sure. For sure. Sharon says I thought Tia and Sharika was in the same semi. No. Yeah, I think she eased off a little bit. She did ease off a bit. Bobby and yeah. So did John Epic. Yeah. Afrobody says would definitely make the Americans sweat. No, yeah, I mean there was a that 1086 there is a opening up. We'll see what we get later. Top bar price. How Shelly looked? She looked okay. But she looked determined. She didn't look. She only eased off at the end, but her eyes were really laser focused. So I don't know how much more Shelly has in the legs. I think she could go a little bit quicker, but maybe not much more. The important thing is the recovery now. That's the thing. It's the recovery. And that's hard at her age, but we'll see. Yeah. I think she can go sub 11. How, but I don't know. Final heat on the track, and it features Brianna Williams, Tina Clayton, Kemba Nelson. Yeah. So a clean start. Brianna Williams with a really good start, but Tina Clayton is moving now, and Tina Clayton is overtaking Brianna Williams, and she's gonna comfortably win this. 10:91 is the flash time ahead of Jodine Williams, and Brianna Williams 11:20. 10:93 is the official time for Tina Clayton here. That's a PB, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Someone earlier said MVP going on with all three spots on the live. I can't remember who said this. Was it Jodine Williams, like a freight train passes Brianna Williams? Williams had a good start, but faded a lot. Look at the knees here for Tina Clayton. She's bouncing right now. There's a lot more in the tank for Tina Clayton. I think Tina Clayton has 10-8 in the legs as well. Could be faster too. If I'm putting money on this, it's the Clayton twins going back to back. We're going 1-2 tonight. I don't put money on anything though, but 10:93, 11:03 for Williams. Brianna Williams out. Kemba Nelson out. So these are the finalists for the women's 100-meter final later on tonight. Tia Clayton leading in a 10:86 time. Tina Clayton 10:93. Sharika Jackson 10:94. Shelly Fraser Price 11:03. Alana Reed 11:02. You have to like the relay lineup already, guys. Jodine Williams, congratulations to her, because earlier this year struggling, and 11:03. Janelle Smith making it into the final alongside Ashanti Moore 11:08. Dare I say it's going to be a cracker tonight? It's going to be a cracker. Let's get back to the comments. New PB for sure. All in the game. Can Shelly beat any of the twins to make the team? It was Eileen. Yeah, shout out to you. I'm glad you call it back. Yeah, shout out. You did say this. It's looking increasingly likely. All in the game. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I think the. I like what I saw from that 1094 was 1093 was really impressive, to be honest with you. I think there's a lot more in Tina Clayton's legs. I think the Clayton twins are in fabulous shape right now. I don't know. I don't see that. Sophisticated said, congrats to Shelly, congrats to Tina. Shout out everybody. Thanks for liking the video. Appreciate everybody. All in the game. Or is she going to Tokyo to only run 4x1? Said Jodine would make the final. You did say this. Yeah. I don't know. Brianna, well, that's a worry. Yeah. I'm really concerned with Brianna now. Really concerned. I thought John Smith would have much better there. All in the game. Told you the other week, I needed to see Brianna run a couple Diamond League races because I wasn't convinced of the time she ran before trials. I think you're spot on there. All in the game. You're spot on. Mindset. I think, as I said before, the finals will be fast. Tina, Jacko. I think 10-7 is possible. Not a given, but possible. I think you're right on that now. Asira says, Shelly Fraser Price cannot be counted out. She's highly experienced. No, we can't count her out. We can't count her out. What's up, Marlon? I saw you just send me a message here on my Instagram. How you doing? Uh, yeah. Oblique Seville on screen. Let's focus on this men's 100-meter semifinal. Smith, Christopher Taylor, Rowan Watson, Oblique Seville, Brian Level, Taekwondo Tracy, O'Dane McPherson, and Sandre Davison didn't show up, so I don't know what happened there. I'm going with Seville and Level for sure. I really like what I'm seeing from Brian Level, developing as a senior pro. This could be his year to make both teams, you know. NY NY Savage, why is Brianna not running sub 11? Good question. I don't know. It's a very good question. I thought she was in all in the game is right on this. A couple weeks ago, I thought she was in better shape. I was kind of picking her to do something special. I thought John Smith had something here, but I don't know. So 3 to go through here. I'm gonna go with Civil Level, maybe Watson for sure. I think he should be good enough. It's a clean start. Oblique Civil flyer. Literally out there. Brian Level is coming with him, but Oblique Civil is stopping on the track. Is something wrong with him? 9.82 is the flash time. 984. Brian Level right behind him. I don't know what Civil was doing. Oh, maybe maybe he was excited. At first, he looked like he stopped midway at like 65 meters here, but then he continued to run. Maybe he's in great form. I have to see the replay. Let's look at the replay. It's a good start there from Oblique Seville. Level left in the blocks. Watson also with a fairly decent start, getting into his running as well. Oh yeah, comfortable running from Seville. Level made his way back into it. I think he took a check. Did he? Not really. Oh, in the middle of the race, Seville has his hands like this. I'm. We need to get a sense of what happened to Seville right there. Oh, sorry. Let me get the results up. My bad. I'm. So it's 1084 to 1094. It's a really easy 1084. Puzzling to me. At one point, he's like doing this, then he continues to run. And he's talking to himself throughout the race. I don't know, like, almost as if he's cursing at himself. So either way, 10.984, cruising, zero point 0.5 wind. Brian Level had to work a bit to get into his running. But once he got into his running, he was comfortable, I thought. Ron Watson, someone on the live earlier said we can't count him out 10 flat. The bubble times are McPherson and Christopher Taylor at the moment. 10.07 and 10.15. So much comments there that I missed. I don't know. Oh, 9.84. What am I saying? I'm sorry. Thanks, Eileen. I think I'm just saying a lot of stuff. I'm all over the place on this. Yeah. 9.84. My bad. Yeah. I'm stuck in the 10 range. Yeah. 9.84. Yeah, Davison didn't start. Something I think he's injured. 9.84. My apologies, people. That's the easiest 9.84 you'll see. All in the game saying Rowan runs himself into form. He did. Sophisticated, I guess 10.0 could be good for semi for Johan. Don't know. I think you need right now the bubble times are 10 flat and 10:07. No, actually 10:07 and 10:15 bubble times rather. So yeah. All right. So Johan Blake gets introduced. Still surprising that he's around this long, but way off since that 2011 World Championship title. But we'll see. So we have Johan Blake in one, Rhyme Ford in two, Jelani Garden in three, Dr. Speed Boaji and Krumah rather, and Kishane Thompson, Akeem Blake, Golson, and Bent. Those are the guys lined up for the semifinal number two. Top three goes through, two best times, 10:07, 10:15 bubble times. This should be good. I'm going to go with Thompson, Blake, and Boaji, I probably think. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Boaji. All in the game is saying, could MVP women going as the team like Dennis Mitchell? It could be. You never know. Sophisticated says, congrats to Seville. Sharon says, passing the torch. Shelley passing the torch to the youngsters. I like it. I think, this is how it should go. If she's going to go out, she has to go out in a way where they put it past her, right? Paulette says, please leave the Jamaican ladies out of your. What is this? Oh, I'm missing all these comments here. Anyway, let me focus on this race for a little bit, and we'll get back to the comments in a second. Keep it nice. I do like this Cadrian Golson kid too. I think he has talent. Hasn't been consistent either. Injuries. Let's see. Will Thompson react to this fast time from Seville, or will he just take it easy and qualify? Everybody's settling in the blocks right now. And it's a really good start there from Kishane Thompson. He's blowing them away. He's literally taking this off, and he's taking it easy. 9.76 is the flash time. It's rounded down to 9.80, rounded up rather to 9.80. Official, that is at 980 out of the school of, did I get out of bed this morning? Look at that, guys. 9.80 from the Olympic silver medalist. He got a really good start. Golson running really fast. Surprising for me here at 10:05, ahead of Akeem Blake, 10:05 as well. Kishane running about kind of easing off in the last 10 minutes or 10 meters or so. Rhyme for 10:06. That they're populating the results at the moment, it seems like. Hey. The world is watching at the moment. I like it. 980 for Kishane Thompson. So it's 980 to 1005, 1005. Those three automatic into the final. Golson and Blake. Raheem Ford at 1006 and Crewman at 1006, right? That's still faster than the first. Yeah, yeah, that is still faster. So those two are on the bubble right now. It's firecrackers going on here. 9898, go Kishin. Is that a world lead? No. The men's final will be fast. It's gonna be fast. Kishin is really fast. 980. He's ready for Noah and Bromel. Well, we don't know what Noah is up to yet. We'll hopefully see. Kung Fu Kenny, Bromel, yeah. Paulette says 980. Eileen says she loves it. Heart emoji. That's the Olympic time. Noah better focus this year on Worlds. These guys want it. Yes, yeah, 980 is the world lead, right? Yeah. And Crew True Potential. Super fast time there. Hey, certainly two guys are in 9-8 shape right now. It's gonna be big time later on. I think I was just my gaze was there on the discuss right there. Looks like Samantha Hall won, but I don't know what the distance is. So 980 fastest time in the world in the semifinal. There's a lot more in the tank, I would say. There's a lot more in the tank for appreciate it, Diamond. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All in the game. Will Rowan finish ahead of Akeem as well? It's a very good question. Very good question. Super chat from Diamond. Thank you very much. Yeah, Brummel has a 984. Yeah, I'm trying to process this, guys. So yeah, that's the thing here. So we're looking at 980, 984. So Seville had equal the world lead. Then Kishane took it ahead. Level 994. I'm going this order for real though. Unless Brian Level doesn't have the best of starts, but I'm thinking it's gonna be Thompson, Seville, then Level. But Watson finding his way into the final, running really well. Maybe he has more in the tank too. I was shot by Golson. I didn't see that coming. All in the game is saying 975. I guess he's asking, Belmos is saying, you think you're going to run 975 tonight? Paulette says it's going to be definitely 9-7 in the final. Yeah, boy, nobody says. I think winning time will be 975 to 978. Yeah, I think if there is good conditions, I think there's sub 98 tonight. which you hope as well, because what you want to see is the you want to see you want to see the back to back on it, you know, the ability to run this time and come back and drop it again. So this is a true test. All in the game is saying Johan finished 13 or 15. Perhaps it's time. I think there's some masters running on the track. Paulette says Thompson Seville level. I like that. I'm going there. I'm thinking this is easier to call than the women. Uh, I'm going Clayton. I'm going Clayton 1-2. I don't know where the third position is yet. I still have to think about that. Sophisticated says, big up you on keep working. 10.1 is a good time. Mindset level is running very well. I see him running a 19.8 in the 200 final. That would be good. If he could do that, a 19.8, 19.7, then you kind of showcase that he's in a level of form that you want to see. Uh, Sophisticated one says, is Jamaica sending warning shots? I don't know, but it's hard not to see those flares right now. Mindset, I think Kishane has more in the legs. I do too. I think there's a lot more in the legs for Oblique too, assuming he's okay. It was a bit puzzling of a run. And Kishane looks real dangerous going into Tokyo. Hopefully their 4x1 team could bring some smooth changes to hopefully get a medal and possibly win. Need to qualify the team first. Just they're doing a replay here of the first semifinal. Just looking at Shericka Jackson there. Whenever you see those overstrike, that the legs going forward, it's a deliberate attempt at slowing down there. I think there's a lot in the tank there. Look at that, Clayton. Big strap up, but 1086. Also, Fraser Price comfortable. There's more in the legs for Fraser Price too. Tina Clayton to me, I'm thinking Tina Clayton is most impressive. Look at Seville there. He has his hands open like that at about 60 meters. Yeah. That 984, there's a lot more there for Seville. Yeah, I think Seville can go sub 98. Definitely for Thompson as well. It's gonna be a firecracker tonight. And I really want Seville to run sub 9 tonight. 9-8 tonight, because he never goes the back to back the way you want. Yeah, it was rounded up. Babian says Shericka is beating Shelley. It kind of looks that way, but I don't know. Yeah, kind of looks that way. My thing is, can Fraser Price recover in time, right? The recovery right now is going to be really, really important. Yeah. Objective. Here's my take on the final. I really just want good health and let the times be the time. I understand, but we have to dream. We have to dream here. And you want to see something fabulous. But yeah, you are healthy. But the number one thing is you're required to run fast tonight to make the team. I think if you want to make the women's team, you have to run fast. You want to make that men's team, I think some guys will have to run some lifetime times. Because I'm thinking Seville and Thompson's a lock, possibly level. Ron Watson has to do something special if he wants to make it. Goldson, the other guys will have to pull up something they haven't done in a while or have never done. So it's gonna be fast, I think. Alan Jackson says Seville Thompson level. Thanks for sharing. Paulette says Clayton Jackson, so she has an MVP thing going through. Anna says hit the like button. Couldn't disagree with you at all. I agree. All in the game is replying to sophisticated one saying 10.19. That's not good. I guess that's regarding Johan Blake. Eileen says yes, we are. All right, there's a back and forth there with all in the game and sophisticated. Mindset says Tina, Tia, Jacko, Shelly fourth. I could see that. Could see that. So I'm going to get back to comments in a second there. What's going to happen next on track, I think, is the boys 1500 meters for the decathlon. I think the masters are already run for the 100 meters. Then we're going to get a bunch of, it's going to be an international race, it seems like. Some under 20 runs for women and for girls and boys, under 18s as well, under 20 as well. Then we get into the final. So lots of stuff there to unpack. Exciting. Paulette says she thinks so. Lamarda says, I think Oblique was just giving himself a hard time. He doesn't want to go too fast. He is easily in 9-9 shape. It's possible. He was basically complaining with himself. Here's the thing. When you're sometimes you can't control it, right? And he's probably in really good shape right now. And let's see. Has to replicate something tonight. But based on this, it's hard not seeing him make the team. Something has to go really awry. Gambit says sub 9.8 for sure in the finals. Kishane will win. Seville second. Already looking ahead to Worlds. My money's on Kishane this year, but Brummel is dangerous. Trayvon coming back. Good on him. I like it. He was injured. US team's going to be tough to make as well, but I expect him to make the team. Him, Kamfu, Kenny. Noah has the bye. I think a third spot is up for grabs. There's a bunch of young kids coming through in the US. There's still time for their national championships. It's not until end of next month, so a lot more to happen there. Yeah. Paulette says the men slowed down. Objectivity. How good is MVP rather? Frano deserve a statue among other things. Yeah, you got to work that out. I guess this conversation is with all in the game, so I'll leave that part there. Gambit says women's finals unpredictable, men's pretty easy to predict. I think 1-2 is there for me in the women, but you never know. You never want to count out Jackson. She could pull up something fantastic as well. Yeah, but the men's a bit easier, as you might say. Mine, Paulette says exactly so. They have to run their heart out. Yeah, you like it. You wanna you wanna make a national team. You wanna go to the World Championships. You got to work hard for this, and I like it. You have to like this type of running. You can't. It's elite level sprinting we saw in the semifinals here. Elite, and only few places can boast this. Dare I say, only the United States can come up with that kind of level of sprinting right now. So hey, I like you. You have to like it. Uh, why are people saying Tina to win then Tia when Tia look better? It's a very good question. All in the game. I don't know. A very very good question. Yeah. Uh, Carlene Quinlan, how are you? Clayton, Sharika, Clayton, Shelley. Pretty good. Anna agrees with all in the game. Objectivity has another take. Here's another take. Tia and Tina 1-2 in the 20. Come on. You, here's what you should do. Since you're a betting man, you should go place those bets from now. Yeah. All in the game says 4 MVP women in the final with the twins in lanes 4 and 5. Yeah, we'll bring that up in a second. Let's get the. Let me see if I can get that up in a second here. The starting lineup for the women's, because that's going to be good. So what we're looking at here is Ashanti Moore in lane 1, Williams in 2, Fraser Price in 3, and Clayton 4, Tia, that is, Tina 5, Sharika Jackson 6, Alana Reed 7, and Janelle Smith all out there by herself in lane 8. Whatever happens here, I like the relay pool already. We're already with what? 3 women here going sub 10. I think the other 2 can do it as well. Yeah, the pool is nice. Get some good baton exchanges working out. They should be able to challenge for the gold medal. Certainly in the mix for sure. It's not gonna be easy. The Americans are gonna come good. Team GB, can't count them out in the relay. I'm going too far ahead right now, but just kind of assessing the talent level right here. The GB athletes, they're gonna come with some great baton exchanges. But yeah, I think you have to like this. Definitely have to like this. And then the men's finals, we're gonna have Nkrumah in lane 1, Akeem Blake 2, level 3, Golson 4, Thompson 5, Seville 6, Watson 7, Ford. You also have to like this team as well. Let's hope they get qualified for the World Championships relatively quickly. After this, I don't know. It's an interesting question. What if Watson, outshines Blake? How does the relay set up for this? Anyway, I guess they'll work that out later on. I'll get back to those comment sections here. Where are we? I missed a bunch of these, so let's see if I can get into this. Brian says Jackson might not run the final. Shelley's spot might be safe. We'll see. Bobby, and if Tia gets a good start, she's taking it. Why would Jackson not run the final after she cost someone who else wants to qualify? Thanks for the subscription here. Very appreciate it. Where am I from? I'm originally from Jamaica. All in the game. The order should be Shelly to Tina to Sharika to Tia, especially after World Relays. I think so too. Well, we know the politics of this, but if they do the right stuff, that should be the order. Lamarda says if Oblique gets it right, he's untouchable. That's a hot take there. I don't know if he's. I can't. If he gets it right, he could lay down something super special. Really nice running technique, very smooth, relaxed. But untouchable is a stretch for me. But if he gets it right, you have to think there's a 9-7-8 in the legs tonight, with right conditions. Sophisticated is responding to all in the game. Shelly doesn't like curves anymore. Yeah. Sophisticated said this is nerve wracking. Well, the weight, you can't wait, Uh, there's a shot of Usain Bolt on the track there. All in the game. Front has 6 of the 16, 30%. Is all in the game as time is on. He's working out numbers right now. It is. I mean, it's a testament to Francis, right? He must have been ups. He couldn't have been happy last year. Obviously, for a while he's had the 100-meter on lock, right? He's literally had the 100-meter title at the Olympics on lock since Beijing up until last year, and so uh yeah, he's very good. You know, Sophisticated says Noah got his work cut out for him. World leads don't always win worlds or Olympics, but Kashane really wants it. It is. It's an interesting landscape. We'll see what we get from Lyles. I can't speak on him right now. He hasn't he pulled out of some races, pulled out of that Atlanta meet. Said they're being cautious about it. He does have the bye. So whenever we see him, we see him. The same happened to Grant Holloway earlier this year. Then he came back recently. So he's rounding back into shape. So it's good to see Grant. So we'll welcome Noah back whenever he decides to come back. He had to pull out of his stunt race with Tyreek Hill there. Yeah. Yeah. Objectivity says sports. That wasn't a bet. I don't bet. That was a wish. I'm speaking it into existence. Yeah, well, yeah, let's do that. LA 28 should be fabulous. Uh let's see. The best place for Fraser Price, I think, is on the start, but they'll work that out whenever they get to that point. Mindset says if Shelley finished top 3, it's an indictment on our track and field. I don't mean that in a bad way. Well, she's the greatest ever, right? So it's you could never you never count her out. She does the extraordinary, right? Whatever it is, we have to just be happy that we got to see that stuff. All in the game says Shelley no longer has a top end to run anchor. Needs to be one of the twins, preferably T on anchor. I agree. Tyreek now racing Josephus tomorrow. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Where it is this on a live stream? I haven't. Do you have the link for it? I don't know where we're gonna see this. Where I know you told me about this last night. I want to see it. How, how much time until the finals? Let's see. The finals scheduled for 10:45 and 10:58 Eastern Standard Time. Will that happen? I don't think so. I think they're I think they're behind on a 25-minute. They're behind on about 25 minutes or something like that. What's on track now? Right now, there's an invitational 100 meters on track, like a few women there. Then they have to run the under 18 girls finals, the under 18 boys finals, then the 100 meters for both under 20 boys and girls. Then we get into this. So we're a bit behind time, about a half an hour-ish, 25-minute kind of delay, I believe. So, yeah. Belma says Oblique and Kishane will finish 9.7. That would be spectacular. John has Tina, and Sharika. Babian says, I'm in South Africa. It's 4 a.m. Appreciate the staying up late. You know it goes. Appreciate that. Paulette said, what time I'll be on tomorrow? I don't even know. I haven't checked I have to check to see what time I'm on tomorrow. Well, there's no cricket to watch tomorrow, so we'll see. Tomorrow we have finals of uh, 400-meter hurdles, 800 meters as well. Probably going to be on in the evening again because maybe around 6-ish, I would say, probably. I'll see. We'll set it up. Best way to remember is to hit the notification bell. Mindset here in London. Are you going to London Diamond League in a few weeks? It's always sold out. John says Tia at 1077 to 1078. So they're calling some sub 10.8s tonight. Bobby says if second place is 9.7, imagine not winning with 9.7. Well, that's how it goes, you know. High quality running, you know. Yeah, but it's 2 years ago, and she's been struggling with injuries, though. Sophisticated one, and she's not a spring chicken. So we'll see. Scheduled for tomorrow. Let me tell you what's going on tomorrow. So tomorrow, on the senior side of things, tomorrow we're gonna get men's discuss. That's gonna happen, I think, for tomorrow. Long jump as well for men. We're gonna get some 200-meter semis, I guess, as well. So I guess they're running the prelims in the morning. There's semis for 200 meters tomorrow. I guess they're going straight to semis. There's no prelims. So tomorrow there's going to be 200 meters for men and women. There's going to be 110-meter hurdles as well. 100-meter hurdles rather tomorrow. So we'll get to see Megan Tapa, Karika Hill, you know, the likes, Akira Nugent, and so on. There's also going to be finals for the 800 meters on both sides. And then the night will also cap off with the 400-meter hurdles for men and women. That's on tap for tomorrow. And then on Sunday, the 200-meter finals and the program. Yeah. You're welcome. I'm I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back. I'm just going to get a drink.
How did this all begin?
I don't know. No, I always liked sport, right? Like from a kid. How personal do I get? Yeah, I got into sport because I always liked sports. I remember going to the library and only wanting to read sports books. There are other these library reading programs that they just didn't interest me because the books that they were offering wasn't the ones that I liked. And I started to read biographies on different athletes. I remember as a kid reading Graham Gooch is booking cricket, all sort of stuff. But track and field is big. I mean, I grew up in Jamaica and participated. Don't want to talk about that. But I always had an inkling for track and field. And even before I knew or understood myself, I remember there was a point where I used to go into this bar or shop, most likely a shop, but they would sell other things too. And I used to talk with people who were much older than me, and I used to tell them what I think would happen in sports, in cricket and track and field. And they used to run me out saying I don't know what I. They used to run me out of those places saying I don't know anything. Until there was a moment where I think this may have been 1995 when I accurately predicted that Donovan Bailey would win the men's 100 meters. I told him Atta would come. All right, back. Let me see the comments I would have missed here. Sophisticated says that's exciting. I hope Juju gets it. Oh, I'm going from the wrong way. Isaac says how long till the 100-meter final? That's coming up in. I don't know. I don't even know what time it's coming up. To be honest with you, let me check. I have to check it again. It was initially scheduled for 10:45 and 10:58 Eastern Standard Time, but they're behind now. So there's a men's 100-meter invitational on track right now. I don't even know who's running. Then they'll go into a string of 100-meter finals, starting with under 17 girls, under 18 girls, under 18 boys, under 20 girls, under 20 boys. Then they'll get to the senior men's, women's, and men. So the last time we checked it, they were maybe off by about 25 to 30 minutes. So give and take, I think maybe at the top, a little bit after 11 or so, I suspect. Yeah. Yeah. Robert is asking, do you know what the wind conditions are like? So far, fairly decent. If we were to go back to the semifinals, a couple of them got a helping hand of like, I think a 1.5. There was like 0.5 for, let me just check again. Yeah, Tia Clayton's race was 0.8. Shericka Jackson was 0.15 in her heat, I think. So yeah. And for the men it was 0.4 for Kishay and Thompson, 0.5 for the Heat with Oblique Seville. So reasonable win. The kind of win you want to see, nothing outrageous. You don't want it too in any direction way out there, I would say. Yeah. John says history tonight. Wow, twin turbo. All in the game says Juju, Melissa Jefferson, Wooden, and Shakari 100 meter will be fascinating. Not sure Shakari going in cold given the current form of the other two is a good idea. Reminds me of our infamous 21 race versus the Jamaica Big Three. That's an interesting point all in the game. Yeah, Richardson not running for a while to come up against Julian Alfred and Wooden. You're really entering the lion's den right there. Speaking of that 21 race, it's a classic race. The thing that I remember most about that race, beyond the time, was the side eye that Shelley and Fraser Price walked off the track with. It's indelibly etched in my mind there. Yeah. Carl is saying, Carl Mitchell, how are you? Tia start, Tina. I guess okay. Tina second, Jackson third. She's the best at 200. She last. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Eileen says, "This is my three: Civil, Thompson, Level." So you have Oblique winning tonight. That would be interesting. It could happen. I don't. Yeah. I really like that run from, now that I'm reflecting on it, from Oblique. I think he's in fine form. I actually really would love for Oblique to come out and run a really super fast time. Because the challenge for me in the last couple of years is his inability to come back from a semifinal run and dominate in the final. Because you'd have to say, going into the Olympic final last year, he looked really good. He probably was one of the favorites there. The run was smooth. The semifinal run as well was done well. It's yeah. Hopefully you're right on that, Eileen. Carl is asking, what do you think of the setup in the 4x100? So what I would like to see on the women's side is Fraser Price to one of the twins, Jackson on the curve, and the other and and Tina anchoring, right? That could work for me. On the men's side, it's probably Akeem Blake if he's in good form. Go to Oblique on the backstretch. Brian Lever runs a curve, and Kishane Thompson on anchor. But for the men, they have to qualify for the World Championship. So let's hope that happens relatively soon. They could still get in on world ranking, but I think they might be just slightly outside of that. So yeah. 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 So coming up on the track will be the under 20. So we're just what, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're 4 races away for the women's 100-meter final. So it's really coming. So the final of the under 18 girls are coming up. It has Law Smith Jarrett, Rebecca Nugent, Shade Allen, Adora Campbell, Elissa Campbell, and Michaela Henlon. So that's coming up on the track. So these are, as you know, they're mixing the championships together. Never really like it like that, but I guess that's also an interesting way too for young athletes to rub shoulders against the greats. So that might make sense. They probably do it as a cost saving measure as well. Uh, 4 races away mindset. However quickly they can get those things through. You know, you gotta get your English breakfast going on. Carl says Kishane Brian level set Civil third. So you want to start the 4x1 with Thompson? I'm not sure I get that. Yeah, I think Tia should start, but look, if you're thinking that the 4 will start with Fraser Price, then you probably want to put her on the start now. Uh, but they'll work that out, you know. All in the game is saying, curious who Sid's racing in the 400 at pre as she chases Sanya. That's out. The 400, they haven't named that yet, right? Have they? Let's see. I haven't seen that one yet if they have updated it. It would be nice if Paulina was there and NASA, but I haven't seen that. It's actually not a Diamond League race either, right? So it's for pre, right? So it probably wouldn't attract the same level of talent that you would want. Babian says Shelly, Tia, Sharika, Tina. I could live with that. I think that would work. That should more than work. Yeah, all in the game responding. They haven't updated. Yeah, they haven't on that. And I don't. And the 400 at pre isn't a Diamond League race, so I don't know how much they're paying out there. They have a lot of top class athletes there. Well, most of them Nike have to show up anyway, so it's probably actually all the Nike athletes are contracted to go to pre. So I don't think there is any appearance fee. I could be wrong on this, but on the appearance fee part, but I don't think so because if you're a Nike athlete, you have to go to pre, or you have to make yourself available for pre. Shade Allen there beating Adora Campbell. That's interesting. Yeah. So 12:15 to 12:27 there for. I started to watch it late, so I didn't get a full chance to appreciate the race. I'll have to look at it on a replay. Carl says Kishane to win tonight, Brian Level to come second, and Civil for third. Oh, that's how. Oh, that's what you're saying. Interesting. That's a hot take there, Carl. I never think this would happen. I'm not sure Brian Level has. Assuming if Civil can replicate the 9.8, I don't know if Level has 9.8 in the legs. He might, but we'll have to see. It's also an unusual space to be to going back to back that quick for some of these guys. Bernie's Adventure says, do you think Kishane can run 9.6? The man is looking real powerful. I don't know. 9.6 requires better conditions to, I would imagine, unless there's a lot in the tank that I'm not seeing yet. From that run, I could see a 9.7, even 9.75 at his best if he can get there. 9.6 is rarefied air now, right? I don't know, to be honest with you. It requires a lot to get to a 9.6. You're talking about Usain, Johan, Tyson Gay. It's up there. Conditions have to be good. I don't know if he's ready for that. If he were to run 9.6 tonight, then we're looking at a different level of athlete come September, I would imagine, right? But then Francis is probably peaking them tonight. He'll get them back out down and then peak them again for World Championships. But so it remains to be seen. 9.6 is a very, very fast time though, right? It's the difference between 9.6 and 9.7 is some meters, right? So I don't know where to find those there. The execution almost have to be perfect. And the part of his race which is the weakest is relaxing at the end. And he would have to get himself in a position where he can really slow down the deceleration process and do it really efficiently. I don't know. Long story short, I can't. Let me put it this way: I can't see it yet. I can't see it yet. Yeah, that's what they're saying, but it's always one of those weird things like athletes don't like the part. That makes no sense, you know. Yeah, right. Tina, all in the game is saying Tina's always run leg 2 and Tia leg 4 as juniors. Yeah, yeah. Bobby says Kishan can run a high 9.6 with a near limit win like Shelly. Uh, uh, yeah, perhaps we need different conditions too, other than you probably need a little more elevation too. But yeah, but 9-6 is just. If he were to run that tonight, I would be disappointed because the World Championships is in September. That would be outrageous, you know. Bobby said, then she'll have to finish better. Okay, I missed that. I think that's in the conversation. All in the game is saying you don't want Kishan running 9-6 today. You want him winning 9-7-5, 9-8 and save the sub 9-7 for Tokyo, 9-7-5 for Tokyo. Yeah, I would be in agreement with that. Yeah. Yeah. All mindset, so we must have a Shelly Britain for Shelly, and yeah, it is. It's the end. I've been thinking a lot about what to say about Shelly and Fraser Price. It will come at some point, and the superlatives are just never good enough. Yeah. It's a great wordplay there, and especially early in the morning, he's coming up with that. We should give him a special round of applause for that. So on the track right now, guys, is the under 18 boys 100-meter final has Nugent, Graham, Collins, Bowden, Wade, Watson, Mirage, and Walker. After that, you get 100 meters for under 20 girls and under 20 boys. Then we get into the finals of the 100 meters for women and men. So we're getting close. So really good start there from Nugent is making his way down here. Nugent is looking around in Usain Bolt style. 10:27 for the under 18 boy. That's pretty quick. And he was looking to his side. Excelsior goes 1-2 here. 10:27. Graham goes 10:31. That's a really good run there. I think he had a 10:18 in those legs, or 10.19 in those legs. Nugent, that is. We should put her. Yeah. It's a pretty good run there. Let's look at it again. So really good drive phase there, from good into acceleration there from Malik Nugent. He gets to about 70 meters. He checks right. Then he's talking to the guy like Usain Bolt talking to Andre DeGrasse in 2016. 1-2 for Excelsior. Collins also running a super fast time there, 10:33. These are good times there for under 18 boys. A lot of showboating there from the lads. All right, we're getting close, guys. We got two more 100-meter finals for junior athletes, under 20 women, under 20 men. Then we get to the marquee events. So the question is, are we going to get a world lead tonight? I don't really know, but who knows? The world lead for women is 10.73, 10:75. Second fastest time in the world from Julian Alfred, Melissa Jeffron Wooden, 10:73. I don't know if 10:73 is needed tonight. but we'll see. Let's get back to the comments. I really appreciate everybody just joining in the comments. Once you keep it clean, you get it on the screen. Objectivity says save the times for September. Disciple one says full stop. Not quite sure what's that in reference to, but hopefully. Objectivity says exactly what I said. I just want health and times don't matter. Mindset that 10.1 from Nugent is fantastic running. Right now, so we got Sabrina, Dr. Campbell, Bachelor, Shim, Romes, Grant, Bailey, Abigail Wolf. This is the finals for the under 20 girls. It should be pretty quick. Sabrina Docker is a high level athlete. High level athlete. I think she could go on and pull up trees at the senior level if the career goes the right way. So good start there from Dockery all the way out there, and she's not even running hard. Campbell is sprinting her way down. So Dockery ahead of Campbell there, 11:28 to 11:36. That's pretty good. Bachelor in third in 11:78. So that's the under 20 girls for Jamaica. Pretty good run there. The way Sabrina Dockery always gets out is really impressive here. She's kind of losing form at the end there, overstriding, a lot of backlift. Price suggestion, she's not staying upright enough, but that can be worked on. All right, so next on the track would be the men's one. The boys on the 20 100-meter final will have Harrison McGregor, Stewart, Reed, Powell, Smythe, Barrett, and Wallace. We'll get back to this comment section here. Objectivity says Dockery appears to be looking for 11:00 time. She seems disappointed. I like her a lot. I think she has a lot of talent, but she was falling over a lot. There's some structure. There's some issues there. Can't really complain about that right now. She's a kid, but they'll figure that out. But talent wise, I think there's a lot in the bag there. Yeah, Brian says high schoolers in the US running under 10. Yeah, there's been some good runs this year from high schoolers in the United States, Uh you know, Yeah, that kid that was beating Kristen Coleman. I think he got a little bit too much in himself there, but what's his name's slipping me right now. Yeah. All right, so the guys are just striding out here. They're adjusting their blocks. We'll get a final soon, and then we'll get into this 100-meter final here. So any change on the final? I don't know if I gave my final yet. All right, I'm gonna go with Tia. I'm gonna go with Tia Clayton, Tina Clayton, 1, 2, and I have to pick somebody else. New poll out. Let's get this poll going, guys. Yeah, I still don't know third place in this 100 meters. Josiah Ferdinand says, I hope Shelly makes the team, bro. She deserves to go out like a goat. I understand the sentiment. It would be a fairy tale ending. It would look good. It would be the stuff of dreams. Unfortunately, sport just never goes that way, right? You have to do it. So if she's gonna make the team, she has to run really fast in another few minutes and outrun a bunch of women that are looking really good. You have to say Jackson looked really good in the semifinal, and the Clayton twins look like they're a step above the rest right now. Fraser Price looked decent in terms of how she ran, but she's gonna need a big run. Can I put it past her? No. I always say my line is, can you beat her? Yes. Can you get her off the podium? That's been difficult uh, over the years. But yeah, we'll see. All in the game says Tia, Sharika, Tina with Shelly Fort looks the most logical based on the semis, but you never know. Yeah. Rick Emily Reed is just like moving away. All these Excelsior guys, he's looking across, calling the guys. I don't like the showboating, but they must have fun. Looks like a 10:23. The wind going in the wrong direction now. 2.1. I hope that's not the case for the women's race and the men's race. So 2.1 here for Rick Emily Reed. That's not a good look right now. I hope it doesn't go uh yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, Maurice Gleaton. Yeah, that's the kid. Yeah. Afrobody said, just saw the results of the men's semi. Whoa. We're seeing a 9-7 in a couple minutes, maybe. Yeah. All in the game. Fingers crossed for legal wins. We need legal wins. We don't want I can take even a 2.0, but don't give me 2.1. We need some legitimate wins tonight. Yeah. So everything is done. We only have the 100-meter finals for women and men left. That was scheduled for 10:45. It's now 10:52 or so Eastern Standard Time. But they were behind by about they've been behind about 25 minutes. Usually you get around 90 minutes or so, a little bit less than that, depending on you have to get, I think, a minimum 60 or I don't know if it's 65, I have to check. Time between semi and final. So they should be coming out relatively soon, you'd imagine, if not maybe at the top of the hour. Robert says the night wind is always a problem. It's the issue with the stadium, it's a big bowl, so there's nothing to kind of stop that stuff. So I'm just getting a shot of the stadium right now. I guess people are just waiting. So let's just put up the final list again. So it's gonna be Ashanti Moore in lane 1. They're not on the track yet. At least I'm not seeing a track look. Jadian Williams 2, Fraser Price 3, Tina Clayton, Sherika Jackson, Alana Reed, Junior Spit. Tia win AJ lead. Bobby says Tina is hungry. Look, gotta take it tonight, It's up for grabs. The only way you're gonna get to the World Championships is by securing one of these 3 spots. Josiah Furnace, I think Shelly really needed Elaine this season to give her the push to go to the. I don't know about that. I'm not sure how we think about that. Yeah. Yeah. The prediction here is Tina, Tia, Sharika. Not really if she can't produce the times that beat those. Yeah. All in the game. No false starts, no illegal wins, no injuries. Fingers crossed. Black Mafia 19. These names are interesting. Janelle Smith 100%. Yeah, Janelle coming through, right? She's in lane 8. Sometimes when you're out on the end, you could do something. You don't have to worry. No one's watching you. She has to run the race of her life. I can't see it, but talent-wise, we always liked her, and yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not counting her out, but I think it's a bit way off for one of those spots, though. It would take a lot. It would be a massive surprise for her to go there. Fabian said, "This makes me think Tina and Tia might even make the team with 100." Let's wait. where the athletes are on the track right now. Shelley and Fraser Price, the Clayton twins, right there. They're still in sweats, so shoes are going off. They're gonna put on some spikes. It's gonna be ready. I don't know if we'll see 10-7 tonight. It's I'd have to say the athletes look comfortable. I think I think there's definitely 10-8 in three athletes and very low 10-8s possibly. And I think all things being equal, Alana Reed, Shelley and Fraser Price should also go sub 11 as well. Eh, we just got to run the race. We're at that point where everything just goes out the window and we just run this. What's more impressive, 10-7 or 9-7? I don't know. If it's low 10-7s, it's probably equal, I think. I would have to look at how many. I'm trying to think. On the all-time list of the 10-7s, we only have, I think it's only Lyles, Thompson, Omaniala did 10-7, I think. Kristen Coleman, Gatlin, Blake, I guess Gay, Bolt. So it's not a lot. But on the women's side too, I think it's not a lot either in that kind of thing. You know, you got Flo Jo, Evelyn Ashford, Christina Run, I think Merlin, VCB, obviously Elaine, Fraser Price. I don't know. I'd have to look. I'm just riffing off the top of my head right now. Uh I do. I'm trying to, part of me wants, the fairy tale ending, but I'm also don't know if we'll get it. The only athlete capable of 10-6 now is Julian. I guess Jefferson Wooden would say she's in that spot as well. All in the game is saying would be less pressure if four spots were available if Sharika won. It would have been, or if a Jamaican athlete would be able to win the Diamond League this year, that would be interesting, but that won't happen, I don't think either. One of the twins running 10-7 is relatively more impressive to Kishane running it because he's already done it. Yeah, in that sense, I meant, I understand. I thought he meant it like in the context of the times over historically. Yeah. 9.7 is more impressive. 9 points. Asafa, yeah, sorry. My bad. I was just, you see, that's the problem, Gambit, when you just start riff off the top of your head sometimes. We'll see. Let the best athlete win. 9-7 for men is equivalent to 10-6 for women. Why are you so nervous? I understand. No. All right. This is it. It is it. I just saw a sign that says straight out of Waterhouse. I guess I thought they were ready. They're not ready. General Smith's still taking off her gear. Bobby and agrees with that for Buddy. Sophisticated says, agreed, Josiah. Hope she makes the team even better if she's a national champion one more time. Lee says, I think Melissa would have to show more consistency to 10-7 before I'm confident. I mean, 10-6 is ridiculous time, so I really don't know. Shamara John hopes that Shelly makes the top 3. And Bobbian's like, Melissa won't run 10-6 this year, guys. Yeah. There's like a focus look there on Sharika Jackson. They're already there. I think cameraman on track, so they're probably going to introduce them now. Fraser Price coming up to her position in lane 3. This is it. I don't know why I'm this anxious about a 100-meter final for national championships. This is interesting. Prefontaine Diamond League will show how Tokyo would look like. Gary Lynn says, can't keep the athletes them too late. Yeah, I don't think they kept them that long. I think they were the ones like getting ready. So, yeah. Fraser Price getting introduced. You could see that there's an emotion there. She got to block that out because they. Could anyone else surprise like Alana? I don't know. I'm thinking this, if there's going to be a surprise, it has to come from Alana Reed. Unless Janelle Smith's run a blinder out there in lane 8, but I just can't. I can't see that. Give thanks. You're welcome. Yeah, Brianna, I don't know. She got to work a bit. John Smith has more work than I thought he did. Yeah. Aline says she's nervous. Yeah. Sharika Jackson there looking really calm. Look, Alana Reed, nothing to lose. Stepped out, changed coaches again. Lots of talent. Won the world under 20 championships last year. Jonathan Smith looking good too, like shape wise and everything. But I don't know. No, I don't. In terms of physique, I don't think she's gonna factor here. They're gonna go in the blocks. I don't know who's more nervous. It's a clean start. Fraser Price is flying out the blocks. Tia Clayton is moving. Sharika Jackson way back. No, she's stepping. Fraser Price is gonna make the team. Tia, I just think Shelly and Fraser Price made the team. It looks like Tina Clayton there ahead of Jackson. Jackson was way in back coming down. 1081, 1088. Fraser Price 1091. And I think Tia Clayton didn't finish. My God. Do we ever doubt? I know Tina Clayton won, and we had to. $10.81, $10.88, $10.91. Fraser Price. You give her. I'm telling you, if you play marbles with Shelly and Fraser Price, she'll take them from you. How? Fraser Price was out good. Not the greatest of start, but probably the best start. Well, Tia was there, and then something happened to. Then Tina had to come back in on Tia. Jeez. The bandage really was a problem for Tia Clayton there, because she was in the mix, and then you have to feel it for her. You have to feel it for her. Fraser Price with that run from like the London style of 2012, when she had to find a way to dip and beat Jetta. $10.81. Literally no win here. Just 0.1. There's definitely 10-7 in the legs. Jackson finds a way, and Fraser Price finds a way. My gosh. I'm sorry, guys. I got flustered. I probably missed every comment on the planet here. Let's see. 11:02 for Williams. 11:06 for Smith. Found a way to get into the mix too for, I guess, a relay team. Alana Reed, Ashanti Moore. 11:19. And I really hope that Tia Clayton will be back to health soon, but it can't look good. She was crying on. You could see the visual scream on the track there. Mindset said Tia would have run 10-7s if she didn't pull up. She was really out there. I mean, you have to feel it for her. Sophisticated Shelly's first sub 11, all in the game. Shelly Benefront, Tia misfortune. It looks that way. It looks that way. All Dean the Dream. What a time to be alive. Asira and Josiah agreed. I guess there's some things there. Asira said, I told you, can't count out Fraser Price. There's like an entire media group around Fraser Price. And I know we got to give everything to Tina Clayton. Sharika Jackson, shout out, find a way. All in the game called for no injuries, and we got one, and that's sport. And Tia Clayton will be back. Let's get that repaired, and she'll be back. But the Clayton twins, Tina, they have arrived in a special way, and yeah, when the both twins are on fire, at some point we'll get to see the best. Robert said he had a car recorder, but the wrong twin. Fraser Price doing a victory lap. Brian said he was scared of Tia breaking down. Yeah, I was nervous too. I mean, when you see the heavy strapping there, Usain Bolt there giving Fraser Price a hug. I mean, Afro Buddy says, I love this. Shelly has to go out on the biggest stage. Josiah says he thinks Tia run too hard in the semis. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure Tia is in 10-7 shape without a doubt. I'm sure Tia is in a 10-7 shape without a doubt. Paulette, wow, Tina, Sharika, Shelly. Gambit says Leighton Lever had the twins 1-2, Sharika for third. Happy for Shelly. All in the game. Jodie in 11:02 looks different athlete from World Relays. That's what I'm saying. All in the game. She could barely walk around the track. And also, I think they put the woman in a bad situation to be running a 4x4 because you couldn't figure out how to figure that to structure the relay stuff. But I don't want to dwell on that. But shout out to her 11:02. Yeah, she's going. She'll be part of a relay pool for sure. Bobby Ann says Shelly just don't know when to quit. I mean that in a good way. She knew she needed that start. Yeah. Eileen, I'm so happy for Shelly, and I see her. Jodine has stepped up. Paulette, Shelly. This is a big time there. Shamar says, I'm so happy for my sprint queen, Shelly. Mindset. I'm so sad about Tia. It really hurt me. It is. It's never good to see. It's never good to see. I hope she can get back to full fitness. If it's a hamstring thing, it might be it for the season. All in the game. Does Tia look like she can make it for Tokyo spot? I don't know. I doubt it. I think it depends on how serious is it. Grade 1 is usually 2 to 3 weeks. All the training and everything. Anything serious, 1. If it, I don't think it's a 3 because she wouldn't be able to walk off. And 2 could anywhere be from 6 months and longer. It depends. Asir says Kishan is gonna run 969. Asir excited there. I guess Tia will be ready by I don't know. What was the win reading? Let's get up back on the screen. It was 0.1. Not even negligible. Just I know Shelly will have time to shave down her time and try to make it on the podium. Oh, that's yeah. We'll see. I pray and hope that Tina will medal at the World Championships. Yeah. That's good. Really good. Really good. She can try the 200. Who is this? I I don't think. I mean, Anna says, I hope Seville is healthy and can finish the race. Hopefully. Win was 0.1. Oblique will win in 9-7 mindset. It's funny to look at. Fraser Price still got 10-8 in those legs. I think it's crazy. It's literally crazy that it's possible. A serious Kishan's gonna win, no argument. Afrobody says 1069 not happening. He will probably run 9-7. Bobby, and my joy for Shelley nullifies my woe for Tia. No, it's unfortunate. The thing, Tia, she'll be back. She's young. Let's hope she gets fit and healthy. But we'll see. All in the game, 11 weeks till World Championship. Should pick Tia in the relay pool if she can get fit. I think Jamaica, how's the rules in Jamaica? They pick is what, top 4, and then they can decide the relay pool, however, the other 2. Is that how they do it? Because I know there's different rules everywhere for relay pools. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know. I think it might be top 4, then they pick the others. So it's possible if she gets back into shape. But if it's a serious injury, it might be tough, right? Yeah. Belmo says oblique winning. I don't think so, but he will finish 9-7. All in the game, top 4, then discretionary pick. So yeah, then yeah, it is possible. Yeah. Yeah. The goat always finds a way. She's it's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Asir says go Kishane. So the next thing on track, they're on track right now. And crewman, Akeem Blake, Level, Goldson, Thompson, Civil, Watson. 1006, 1005, 994, 1005, 980, 984. Those are the 2 fastest times in the world. Joint second for oblique. 10 flat for Rowan Watson and Raheem Ford, 1006. I'm going Thompson, Civil, Level. I think that's where I'm going. Although I'd love to see a perfectly executed race from Oblique Civil. It's about time. Afrobody says Oblique should just make the team. He shouldn't chase Kishane. I would prefer if Tia had made it over Shelley. Tia has the capacity to beat women. Shelley doesn't. Yeah, but it's sport. That's tough. Sport is this the thing about sport. We'll Shelley's top class. She'll do her best. It's one of those things. Twin Turbo mom besides herself. Eileen, my prayers are with Tia. Tia Sink at 10.8. Happy for for Shelley, but sad for Tia. Oblique is very dangerous. Kishane for the win. All right. Get back to the comments in a second. Time for Oblique Seville to put together 2 back-to-back great races. He's next to Kishane Thompson. Thompson was introduced. He walked back a little bit. You have to be nervous here. I don't care who you are. This is high-quality sprinters here. Ron Watson looking focused. Can he do something special? And Ford at the end. Jamaican sprinting men are back. There's a good cadre of guys in the mix. They're getting ready to get in the blocks. And Krumri already getting in the blocks. Kishane looks a bit nervous. It's probably the last to settle. He's not even on his knees yet. Oblique Seville, I think he puts his hand up Everybody is standing up again. I don't know if Oblique Civil has his hand over his face. He's grimacing. He's not gonna run. Oblique Civil looks like he's gonna come out of this final. He's done. Oblique Civil is not gonna run this final. He looks tight. He's holding the left hamstring. Yeah, he's on the ground. He's done. He shouldn't run. If he's not if his hamstring is not feeling, yeah, his hands is in his head. We won't get to see an Oblique Civil race today. Now, this confirms to me that that semifinal run, when he did this, was possibly that he wasn't feeling good. Is he going to try and run? Why is he doing that? Yeah, he looks like he's in tears now. Yeah, he should come off the track and they should just continue the race. Yeah. They shouldn't he should just come off. He's feeling his hamstring, it looks like, and yeah. And I said he always runs too much in the semi. Look, he's creating a scene now, I think, that's impacting the rest of the runners. They cannot hold the race up any longer. This is not a thing to do. If he's not ready to run, he just can't run. They would not allow this at the Olympic Games or the World Championships. They would ask him to step off. And in the interest of the athlete, if he's really feeling something like a cramp or he's feeling something there, he should not push this. Mindset is upset. He all in the game, he's putting on John Drummond. This is what 2003 John Drummond lying on the track. Maybe not quite the same level. He's lying down on the track now, and they're trying to do a massage. He should not run this race. This is a bad idea. This is literally a bad idea. If he's holding up the race, and I like Oblique Civil, but in the interest of the sport, you can't do this. And two, if he is feeling something, why is he gonna push this? Robert says he's being selfish. Afro Civil might be cursed. He might. If he does this, yeah. All in the game, he's messing the mental to compete. He's missing the mental. Okay, yeah. No, this is not good. I hate this. And if he hurts himself, as others are pointing out, it's not going to be a good look. It's hard. Sport is hard. But sometimes you have to think about your long term. Well, anyway, he's gonna run there now, entering the blocks. Let's hope that everybody finishes. It's a clean start, and Kishane Thompson is running away with it. Akeem Blake as well. Seville comes in second. 9:71 is the flash time. .975, a 0.8 wind. Official oblique Seville second, 983. Akeem Blame 988. Raheem Ford 998. Brian Level all the way down in 10.43. 4 men under 10 seconds. Fastest time in the world by a lot. Kishane Thompson runs out the stadium, walks right out. What the hell was happening there with Seville? He didn't even start well, and Akeem Blake with a flyer. You know, I should have never counted out Akeem Blake. I publicly apologize on this. Brian Level finishing 8th. I hope he's not hurt. Seville flies out the blocks. He's been left behind there by the time Kishane Thompson gets into his running. Akeem Blake out there in lane 2, I think. Look, oh, Brian Level pulled up. My God. You could see the reaction on the face of Brian Level there. Thompson still rusty to me at the end there. Rugged, rather. Still has to work on that phase. Okay, we're getting a front on Vin there. I want to see if... Yeah, look at Brian Level there screaming out there. Jesus. Sorry, guys. We'll get back to... I don't even know where we are in the comments. All in the game. Will the other athletes be pissed with oblique? Maybe. If I'm Brian Level, maybe. Kishane should get used to the stunts. He's gonna see Noah now, the stunt queen. Level pulled up. What the heck is happening? I know. I think he was maybe holding too long. Asira says Kishane would have done 969 if not for the stunt by oblique. Seville was using gainmanship. If this was at the world level, they would have put him out the race. Lots of people, 975. 975 put him after Gatling. Kishane is real. I guess we were wrong. This was mind games. Anna says, hallelujah. I'm happy my boy pulled through. All in the game, call it 975. Paul at 975, 983. If I miss your comments, guys, you know it's not on purpose. My gosh. Outrageous. All in the game. Kishane now 6th fastest in history. Shots fired everywhere. Maybe flares. I don't want to use that kind of stuff. I really feel bad for Brian Level. I hope it's just a cramp and nothing serious. Carl Wilson, how are you doing? That was more of a panic attack. It certainly was. It certainly was. Awful orbit. Jamrock 4x1 looking great. Bobby and Level has to take the 200 now. Hopefully he's not injured. Seville said, I'm not leaving here without a spot. Kishane really should win the world championships, but strange things happen. Yeah. Sophisticated one. Oh my, Seville, okay. I don't know. He just he just ran pretty quick. He ran the second fastest time in the world after all in the game asking level out of the 200. You would have to think now. I'm seeing a replay again here. Late in the race there, because he was still in the mix. Then you could see him grimacing, a grimace on his face at what 70 something meters. I don't know. I can't see him coming back tomorrow and running. Belmas, let's put the results up. It's 9.75, sixth fastest time in history, point 0.8 wind. Legal in every shape and form. Robert says the Federation should cuss out Seville or even fine and suspend the officials. I hear you, sophisticated one. I don't know. After buddy, I'm having my doubts if Noah can defend this title. Yeah. I don't even think Noah can beat Kung Fu Kenny this year. But we'll see. We'll wait to see. Yeah. I mean, this was next level, guys. This was next level. I can't, next level. You know, I mean, fantastic. I want to say something about Shelley and Fraser Price because it's yeah, I've been thinking about it. I mean, I know we can reflect on the other stuff, but I just don't know what the superlatives are. They're never good enough. And the truth is, in a sport, in this type of sport that we call track and field, you don't last this long. And you don't last this long in a sport that eats its own. You have to be made of something really different. Something truly hard. She's harder, she's sharper than anybody else. And quite honestly, something the rest of us don't quite have the language for. Shelley and Fraser Price, I've said, is the greatest 100-meter sprinter we've ever seen. And it's not just because she's the greatest, but she's the kind of athlete that every other day you have to reimagine what greatness looks like. And you think about an individual career that started in Beijing. Yes, she was in 2007 in Osaka as a relay. She ran the first leg of the relay in the heats. She ran in the relay in the heats. But, when she shot out at blocks like a firecracker in 2008, she took gold in a way that the world wasn't ready for. Certainly Jamaica wasn't ready for. And then 4 years later, she did it all again. And at that time, she joined an elite club of athletes so small you could count on one hand, and you had a lot of fingers left to even scratch your nose. And so as I reflect on this, and she went on, she bronze in Rio, injured, but still determined to get on the podium, still fighting, silver in Tokyo. And if the Olympic medals tells one story, it's the 5 world titles that tells another. One of true domination, mastery, standing on the top when others are trying to take you down. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever see the like again. It's truly something. Giving birth, coming back. They call her the mommy rocket, but I don't think that she was here for fun and games. No feel good headlines. She was just here to remind you that she was a standard. And on a night in Jamaica where she had to fight, and maybe there were mishaps, maybe there was luck, she found her way on another team. And in some ways, it kind of reminds you that she set the standard, and in some ways, she's still the one they all chase. And it's truly extraordinary to see that an athlete of this nature is still here, still chasing that perfect ending on our own terms. And you have to believe she's just not clinging on. She's showing up. She's winning. She's competing. I mean, she's the person that we never knew we needed in the sport, but she gave us something that I don't think we'll ever see again. So I want to give her a flowers tonight because I waited to see if she could make a team, and she did. And we'll have more flowers to give, hopefully, in Tokyo. But pure gold, the best we've ever seen over 100 meters. And what she's done, the person to outmatch that hasn't been born, I don't think. All right, back to the comments. I want to appreciate everybody shouted out. Thank you for just giving my kind of off the fly tribute to Shelly, and she deserves much more than that. But it's next level there. Where am I in the comments? Bobby and Kishane 975 crazy. Afrobody saying acting lessons are paying off for Civil. You guys are outrageous with these things. Eileen says Civil pull a stunt as he did in Paris. He need to cut the crab. Lehman fell asleep, and what happened? I see drama from the comments. Hey, glad you woke up. Papine bus. Even fourth place went under 10 seconds. Yeah, high level running there. Oh, and you want to see it. You know, this is what you ask for. Their standards, and the standards should never drop off, especially in those in the sprint events. And it's good to see. Top boy price saying Shelly has a 10-7 in her. Hey, do dare to dream, right? Belmas, nobody can beat I guess you mean Kishane. All in the game. Oblique missing the top 2 inches to truly compete at the highest level. Yeah, he really needs to figure it out. The ability to go back to back in a short period of time is really important. That separates the ones who can drop good times and the ones who can consistently do it when it's required. And he hasn't done it when it's required yet. And I think that's missing. Hopefully, he finds a way. Top buy price, maybe even 10-6. Now you're moving here, but it's a night for everything there. Mindset. We could have had 10-7s in the women's, and we could have had 9-6s in the men's. Hey, we'll take the 9-6 in Tokyo. Afrobody, the only thing Shelly doesn't have is a world record, but the less said about that, the better. Papine Bus, words can't express her greatness. She's just a different creed. Sophisticated, agreeing with Top Boy there. Tishbite says them hold the athlete them too long. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. I don't know what's going on there. They allowed it to happen. It wouldn't have happened at next stage, but yeah. I feel bad for Brian Level, especially if it's like a cramp because or a pull because he was waiting too long. But it's one of those things. Unfinished business, Babian says, never rule out a champion in Shelley. That's true. Thanks for giving Shelley our flowers. Loving this. Appreciate that. Same to you. Agreed. I just want Shelley to let out the 10-6 or 10-7 at the World Championships in Japan. Afrobody's asking, please, Christian, grace us with a 9.6. It has been 13 years. 9.6 is up there. We'll see. We'll see. Robert Karen Stewart was the favorite, and Shelley pulled off the upset. Yeah, 2008 was different. Everybody wanted VCB. That was a tough race, and you know she delivered. And she's the one thing you can never say is that if you give her an inch, she'll take it away from you. You know, ask Talu, ask Talu again. You know, like it's that kind of stuff. You know. Sophisticated is asking, do you think Civil took drama classes? I don't know. I mean, he's good with the camera. Remember with the Grand Slam stuff, he likes to video a lot. So who knows? He might be good at acting. Anika says, "Hi, Anika. I think on Civil, I guess you're saying suffers from anxiety. This can induce physical cramps and pain as well." I said, there's a possibility, that's there. Sports psychologist, if that's the issue, needs to work on that. The finals are bittersweet for me. Objectivity saying, I guess I figured he meant that. This is why I don't want Shelly to go. The grace and the consistency is unmatched. She just shows up and dominates. Yeah, it's one of those things. She delivers when it counts. It's excellence personified. And you don't last that long if you're not on top of things. Stick to itiveness, attention to detail, you name it. She's the embodiment of that. Remember, a champion has a strategy that they never reveal to anyone. It's what got them there in the first place. I like that line. Yeah. All in the game. Take 6 to 7 weeks to get Tia fit, then bring her out to run the last couple of weeks before World Championships to get her fit for the relay pool. I would take that too. If she can get back healthy, get some races, can run a couple sub 11s, relay pool for sure, I would take that. Yeah, it is. What a night for track and field, guys. 975 winning a national championship, 983 for second, 988, fourth 998. You have to like it. You have to like it. 4 guys going sub 10. And you have to think in semifinal, Brian level running, what was it, 994 or something like that. Who knows? You probably would have gone again somewhere there. The future looks good. Future looks good. 24, 24, 23, 22, 21. Shout out to Nkrumah too. He has a lot of talent to potential. Golson, 28, the oldest of the lot there. You have to like it. You have to like it. And the women, Tia Clayton, 1081. Tina Clayton, rather. Tia, was probably going to go there or better. Sharika Jackson answered a lot of questions here. 1088. Still time to work on getting up to speed. Fraser Price, 1091. Who would have thought? Jodine Williams, very, very proud of her. St. Mary woman. You have to think this must feel really good for her too, especially what happened in the 4x4 at the World Relays. Alana Reed, 11, 13. She's just 20. Future is bright. Smith, could be a part of that relay pool too. I don't know if they'll pick her, but 11:06, maybe she goes out and tries to crack a couple, get some sub 11s there. It's not too bad on a Friday night in June. Afro says it was nice having top 5 sprinters all from one year and make space for Kishane soon. All in the game. 200 meters without level will be disappointing. It certainly will be. I hope he gets back. You were banking on a 19.8 somewhere there, and now, yeah, gets the right medical treatment. We'll see. Too many injuries. They need to do something about the long wait. Yeah. Mindset says the positive side of the level situation is that he's only 20. Sharika should just run the 200 meters. Yeah, all of that will be worked out in the coming weeks. It's been fabulous night for track and field. All right, it's 11:47. close to midnight. It's been a 4 hour and 16-minute marathon. I appreciate everybody stopping by, people coming through, comments, liking the videos, all that stuff. The engagement is what makes this happen. Watch alongs don't work if you don't join in, and I really appreciate every one of you and all of you that hang around and listen. We'll be back tomorrow, and more stuff. Lots of track on feeling, and next week for sure, Prefontaine. But yeah, let's wrap up the Jamaica thing. Have a good evening. Same to you all in the game. I'll see you guys tomorrow. More fun. Eric says, why would someone run 2 finals in 90 minutes? That's, you mean semifinals to final, I guess. Yeah. That's how it works. But anyway, I'll see you guys. Take care. Be well. From all over the world. Good night to you all. Morning. It's morning in some parts of the world. I'll see you guys. Bye bye.